fucking crazy, yo.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Ski, Utah. Bing bang.
Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
I came to party with my friends. I wouldn't have missed today for the world, you guys. How are you doing? I woke up today with a headache, but I am here. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for being here, Flo. Thanks for coming in and moderating. You guys all came to party. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. You can party all you want. Party hardy. But yeah, I think I get allergies. My allergies are bad. Hey, Patrice. Hey, Megan May. Ski MF in Utah. D.
Psychopathy?
I do. I feel a little bit better, but I've got like a whole chore on my hands because I got my storage unit stuff from Michigan that's been up there. Evelyn! Anyways, I have to go through the bins, but Evelyn is here. I want to give a special congratulations to Evelyn. Evelyn is a proud new grandmother of a bouncing baby grandbaby boy. And I want to say congratulations to Evelyn. Evelyn is a very special listener. So congratulations. I hope all is well with mom and baby and the whole fam. Casey Blues, thank you for becoming a cooter today. Yeah, we got good stuff to celebrate today.
She says, welcome
Close
to
your legs.
Cooterville. Everybody
Close
close
your
your
legs.
legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
We're on the wrong channel. Oh my God, I feel like Beach. Welcome to the Truth Seekers, Casey. I know, isn't that awesome? Grandbabies are the bestest. Hello, Kels. Hello, Penny. Belinda Buckner, 5 months of membership. Thank you. Hope you feel better soon. Angie, thank you for 1 month. She says, hello, glad I found a place to party. Absolutely. Everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. First day being a grandma. Oh my God. It's so exciting. Enjoy every moment, Evelyn, because before you know it, they're like 7. What's up, Marcy? Hi, Tim Sparks and Seabwing. Hey, Daff. It will come. It will come one day. What's up, Jen Fisher? Hi, Elizabeth. It's good to see you guys today. We're just kind of taking it easy today because it's just like this dull, like headache right here. It just won't go away. But I took some medicine and I've got my Coke Zero. Hopefully it will all go away. You blinked and your daughter was 21. I know, right? My oldest is 30. I can't even believe it sometimes. Your first grandson is 20. Wow. Flo says, my first grandson turns 18 in the fall. That's so exciting. Double fist with your soda. Your grandson turned 20 on Tuesday. Happy birthday. 'Tis the season for migraines. Thank you, everyone. It's a 2-year anniversary with Jay. Life is good. Can you believe it's been 2 years, Evelyn? I met Evelyn when we were covering the Crumbly case. Lovely Lisa, you look so young. Thanks. Yours is 10. I know mine is 7. And it seems like she was just born. I am loves pink. Yep. Hey Jay, I think Othram may have put a stop to Trisha and telling money goes to DNA Solves. Really, Elizabeth? Why? Why do you say that? Did something happen? Did she stop saying that or something? Let us know, Elizabeth. Before we get into Mr. Hooker here, I can't even with his name, but before we get into Mr. Hooker, I want to show you a video I put out on my other channel last night because I don't know if everybody saw it, but I was absolutely like floored. Put a 1 in chat if you watch Surviving the Survivor. And this isn't a hate campaign, but put a 1 in chat. Oh, and live chat reminder, by the way. Their last name, I know. Their last name, Hooker. Hey, Becky, how you doing? Hey, Ski and Bo Bear. Eclectic, Darlene. Your wedding anniversary today, 41 years? Well, congratulations. 2 years with the real Kels, too. Looky. 2 years with my true crime bestie. True crime besties forever. I still have the bracelet on you gave me, Kels. You've never watched them? Flo says, I saw the clip. I don't watch them. Now I know why. Yeah, I was a little embarrassed for him. Now, I'm not going to bring, like, whatever he brings, like, his mom's, like, a Holocaust survivor, and that's great and everything. I don't know much about that, but he actually challenged his 86, and I'm talking about Joel from STS, challenged his 80-some-year-old mother to a debate with Megyn Kelly. So this was weird. He went into, like, this rant. It was so weird. Okay, so this is what happened. They were talking about Lookner. They were talking about Hooker. And all of a sudden he went into this thing about that congressman that is getting all these SA allegations. Hi, Higgins. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Nick. Sailor. Keys, good to see you. But anyway, he went on this rant about, like, oh, Megyn Kelly's against Jewish people. Like, I don't know. I mean, I know this congressman had, like, accusations. I don't know if he's Jewish. I don't know where Jewish comes into this, but it was wild. Take a listen. Here's my video. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Everyday with Jay, where we call out what we don't like. And I'm here to call out and ruin your YouTube experience yet again. So tonight, as I usually do, I was trying to catch up on the latest goings on. And so I turned on STS Nation, okay? Which is Surviving the Survivor. And I've been disappointed by them before, but I give him a chance because he usually has pretty good guests. Well, tonight, he's just flanked by females. And they're talking domestic violence, and they're talking the Hooker case. I'm just going to roll this clip right here. He goes into this rant about Megyn Kelly. Let's just roll the clip. Control room.
With the authorities and the people who are meant to protect her.
Yeah, I completely hear you. I have a comment to make about that is related, but I'll probably take some heat for it, and I don't care. But AR Wyoming just gifted 10 memberships. She's super generous, so I greatly appreciate that. And as we speak, my hang on one second. Technical difficulty. I forgot to plug in my iPad, which would be the show will end if I don't do that. So we're transparent here, but something really got under my skin today, and that is, and Dr. Walker, I'll go to you. Megyn Kelly recently has platformed a lot of hatred on her show, particularly hate against the Jewish people. And I wrote an op-ed for I wrote an op-ed for the Jerusalem Post. But today, in light of what's going on, it's not a political conversation. This has to do with what we're talking about. In light of what's going on with former Congressman Eric Swalwell, who had to step down under a huge tornado of allegations against him. Well, Megyn Kelly took her platform today of millions of people and decided to point the finger at the victims here, saying that she shouldn't have been drinking, at least one of the victims. And I have that posted on my Twitter.
I'm a tool. See, this is what makes me, I have that posted on my Twitter account. Be careful calling out people when you're guilty of shit yourself, right? I think he really has a secret crush on Megyn. He wants her attention. It's weird.
Account at podcast STS. I've also challenged her to a debate with my 86-year-old Holocaust survivor mother, and I don't think she's tough enough.
And these women, he. Look at Elizabeth. She's like, I don't know what this is all about.
Do it. I'll see. Carm would verbally eviscerate the paper tiger who is Megyn Kelly. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on a media figure as big as Megyn Kelly with a platform as large as she is, who then goes out and victim blames, what this does for the cycle of coercive control, Dr. Walker.
Before I let Dr. Walker continue, I want to take you back in time. A lot of us covered and followed the Madeline Soto case here in Florida. You want to talk about victim blaming, Joel? Monitor 3, please.
Around 8:19, and the missing teen is in the car. Scott, people saw what they believed to be was this young girl. She was sitting up in the car, but investigators say that they believe she was already dead, which means he had propped her up. Have you ever heard of this? I mean, outside of Weekend at Bernie's, this is something I've never heard of. I mean, this guy, and I'd love for you to speak to that. I mean,
he's asking his guests who are professionals, like retired FBI, to speak on poor Madeline Soto being propped up, deceased in a car like Weekend at Bernie's. And this dude's going to call out Megyn Kelly for something? Like, dude, look in your own backyard. Because that's gross. I've never heard of this besides Weekend at Bernie's. That's gross. That's gross.
To the nature of this crime that
Weekend at Bernie's is a comedy movie.
Here it is, guys. What a great day.
You see him?
Where are you?
Well, you know, we see today so much backsliding in all kinds of anti-woman behavior. And I think it parallels what you were talking about as well, the anti-Semitic behavior that we see that's rising all over. And it's hate. It's all hate behavior. It's easier to blame the victim because then you can say, I'm safe. I don't do that, whatever.
Isn't that crazy? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen on this channel. I was like, what? As you can see the hateful comments scrolling across the screen, who thinks that maybe Joel wants a little attention from Megyn Kelly? Yeah, the comments he was pinning, Megyn Kelly's an idiot. Megyn Kelly's a moron. Megyn Kelly this, Megyn Kelly that. I don't know what she said. I have no idea why he brought this up in the middle of the Hooker case. Maybe he saw her, giving some other men attention on X, and he wants a little piece of the pie. I don't know. Tell me what you think in the comments section below. God bless Madeline Soto. May you rest in peace. I'll see you guys in the next one. Meanwhile, Megyn has no idea who he is. It's just so weird. I didn't know where that came from. I was like, at least give some context. But instead, he sent everyone to his ex and said, oh, I posted what she did on X. Like, I ain't following you on X, dude. Whack-a-doodle. Whack-a-doodles. Whew. Some weird people on these streets, I tell you, man. Got to be careful. I got a crush on you. Sounds like he's trying to bait her for attention. You know why? Because on X, she was calling out someone. I can't remember who it was, but she called him like micropeen and went off on somebody. I can't remember who the guy was. I don't know. I don't follow politics. So anyways, let's roll into our topic for today. This is a weird case. All right, guys. And I am just not sure what to make of Brian Hooker. He's talking. He's released. In case you don't know, his wife fell over the side of their dinghy. This guy seems like a dinghy. Like if you told me he was 857's dad, I wouldn't argue. So as we watch like these interviews with him, now he's talking since he's been released. His wife is still missing. They found her watch on the beach. They found the floatable, pad thingy that they had on the dinghies. So is this a case of being too drunk and he's regretting his actions? Or is this a case of deliberate murder, pushing her over on purpose? We don't know. Was it a complete accident? He was in custody, Cindy Lou. He was in custody for 5 days in the Bahamas. So they held him for 5 days. We've got some new stuff. We've got the raid on the boat. We've got him discussing his wife's disappearance. And we've also got our friend Ashleigh Banfield is in the Bahamas. So yesterday, Ashleigh went out on a boat. Her and Lindsay were out on boat. They were boating. And they drove around in the boat in the waters. They actually found the Hooker's boat, the soulmate. So we're going to, I appreciate that, Nick, because we're going to go over it all. Hey, Sophia. What's up, Sparky? I don't know. I don't know about the watch. Apparently it was on the beach, but we don't know for sure. Okay. So, the first thing we're going to watch is, we're going to go to Law and Crime because we're going to watch the sailboat being raided first.
You're being a Karen.
You want to go to Nancy's? Nancy's case is crazy.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
Speaking of Nancy, I just have a quick update. We're going to cover Annie Guthrie tomorrow. I've got something to talk about. But as far as Nancy Guthrie and Savannah Guthrie and the Today Show, I just want you to know that I have checked the transcript every day, except for today. I haven't done it. But every day since Savannah's been back, and I typed in Nancy in the transcript to see if they talk about Miss Nancy Guthrie. Nada. Nothing. Not even a mention of Nancy Guthrie at all. It's like it never happened. It's the most bizarre thing. The longer it goes on, the more bizarre it gets. I don't understand. They're not even like talking about it. Like, it's weird. Marcy, thank you for your super sticker. I appreciate you. What is that box say? Unboxing. I love it. What would I want them to say? I don't know, just raising awareness. Maybe show the flyer. Just a reminder, Nancy Guthrie's still missing. Here's the number. Hey, Toyo. You know what I mean? Like, just a quick reminder, like, show the flyer. Nancy's still missing. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Something. Hi, Tiffany. Savannah said God is talking to her now. Oh, I did hear that there's a code word. I did hear there's a code word. If something breaks while they're on air, they have a code word for Savannah. So that they can, prepare her or get her out of there or some shit? I don't know. Does she know the code word? Mary Dean, vibes. Thank you for your super sticker. 7. I don't know if we'll ever know. Yeah, at the end of the show, just pop up a flyer. I don't know. It's just weird, right? It reminds me of how people talk about Sebastian and never show pictures or flyers. It's like they don't need awareness. Hey, Nash. I don't know. Maybe she's just not wanting to talk about it because she'll cry. Probably, but have one of the other people do it then. You know what I mean? I don't know. Weird. Weird. Like, where the hell is she? Where is Nancy Guthrie? I don't know. But let's get into this. This is really, really weird. I'm going to put a poll up while we're watching. And I want you guys to vote. Let me know what you think. A lot of you were saying you're getting Barry Morphew vibes. I'm going to tell you what I think and what I noticed, but you guys tell me what you're noticing. Okay, so let's go to this. This is Law and Crime.
The lawyer.
Gotcha.
Hold on.
Not.
We're not going to watch this whole thing.
The Law and Crime.
This guy here, I don't like his show. And it's nothing against him. I don't know who he is. Do you guys know who this guy is? But his show sucks. I like Jesse Weber better, to be honest. But anyways. Okay, here we go.
You were looking at new and exclusive video that only.
Maybe the code word's Jack. Yeah, Jack. That's our code word. Drop 5 on us, Jack.
Law and Crime has of police back at the sailboat of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Multiple police raiding that boat along with a canine. Brian Hooker is free, but the mystery surrounding his wife's disappearance is far from over. Hooker walked out of custody overnight.
I know,
his
I saw
wife
that.
is still missing, gone without a trace after what he claims was a fall overboard from their dinghy. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. All right, guys, real quick.
Fucking ads. Thank you for dropping 5 on us, Jack. Flo Jack. Welcome in, guys. Animal Mother, Higgins, Angie, Cheryl, and Blackheart. You look good in green. Make sure you give a thanks to Flo. Thank you for your support, Flo. You're the best.
$54 back and use every gallon of wife. Last week in the Bahamas, here on Law and Crime.
Okay, here we go.
Over the weekend. Let's start with this new video that you will only see here on Law and Crime. A boater sent us this, showing authorities back aboard the sailboat soulmate of Brian and Lynette.
Okay, so this is after Brian was released. They're searching his boat. But what's weird is that he's supposed to be getting the key back. It reminds you of Natalie Wood. He's supposed to be getting the key back today, too. Can you imagine being in jail with all the Bahama men? Whew, I don't know. No, I wouldn't want to be in jail in any other country. I wouldn't even want to be in jail in America, let alone another country. Hells no.
Hooker. This is taking place Tuesday afternoon, and you can see a Royal Bahamas police boat there and a canine on board search.
So they got the canine. So that means that they should be able to tell if something happened on that boat. So I wonder what kind of canine it is. Because as we know from following all these crimes, there's different types of canines. And if you remember in the Watts case, they had a trauma dog that could or was supposed to be able to detect any kind of stress, like fighting or anything like that. So I don't know what kind of dog. You think it's a cadaver dog? Maybe. Why didn't they do this before he was let out? I don't know. But if you notice, this guy said they're back at the boat. So maybe they did and we just didn't see it. I would go nuts in jail. I'd go crazy, I think. You think cadaver? I always thought it was interesting that they had a trauma dog that could pick up on trauma. And in the Watts case, it picked up trauma at the bottom of the basement stairs at the Watts.
Searching the vessel. Now, this is taking place hours after Hooker left a Bahamas police station with his attorney by his side. It's unclear what police are looking for right now, but it is clear this investigation is not over. Now, as
they're really focusing on this dog, dude.
As this is going on, Hooker went on a bit of a media tour.
Ugh. Okay, so here he is. Here's Brian Hooker. Now, distraught? Yes. But for what reason, right? It is a thing. It was so weird. It was like, I don't know if they brought a cadaver dog into the Watts, but I do know that there was a trauma dog.
Tour today.
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
That's Brian Hooker speaking to CBS News in his first interview since he left the police station in Freeport, Bahamas Monday night.
Brian, what do you want to tell people who think you're responsible for your wife's disappearance?
Any response?
Brian, anything to say?
Brian, just any message you want to send.
This is video of Hooker walking out with his attorney per ZNS Northern Service, a Bahamian media outlet. Bahamian police say that prosecutors decided not to move forward with charges against Brian, but they say their investigation is ongoing. So the big question is, what happens now? Hooker's attorney told media outlets today that her client plans to stay in the Bahamas. It's unclear whether he has his passport, but he was recorded in a phone call by his friends who then posted.
Okay, so get this. Here's another twist to this case. Dun, dun, dun. She fell in with their passports, allegedly. So what do you think people are going to say? Oh, did she take her passport and take off? I just don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think she'd do that to her daughter. I don't think she'd do that to her mom and dad. I just don't. Seems like she was too close with her family to just take a passport and be like, I'm out, completely.
It online. This was before Brian's arrest, where he told them that Lynette may have gone overboard with their passports. Listen.
And then they took me to the sailboat and they searched the boat. That's when I found out they wanted my passport, our passports, and that's when I found out that Lynette probably has them. And kind of a bummer for those guys for a minute, but they instead got the information somewhere else. And then they took me on the search and rescue boat and with the fire department, and we went around for hours and hours, and until about, I would say 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. And then we all just we headed in, and I just it kind of hit me right then that we had covered so much territory.
Royal Bahamas police told NBC News that if...
So that phone call, his friends actually have 45 minutes. That is a 45-minute call. I want the whole call. Please, please.
If Hooker were to return to the United States, they believe that law enforcement here could bring him back to the Bahamas to face charges if they ever move in that direction. We also know the U.S. Coast Guard has opened a criminal investigation in this case.
Wait, what's blurred? His beer? Why are they blurring his beer? What's going on with that?
And they've interviewed members of Brian's family, specifically the daughter of his wife, Lynette Hooker. Now, there have been a lot of accusations made by Lynette's family about Brian Hooker and what the marriage was like between he and Lynette. Brian Hooker denies the allegations that were made by his stepdaughter that he was abusive against Lynette Hooker. Yesterday, CBS obtained text messages released by friends of the Hookers that show that Lynette said that she was going to leave the marriage in February of 2024. And when asked if the Hookers could reconcile their differences back then, she reportedly said, quote, "It was real bad. I can't be out there with him."
Day 2 of crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
The accusations made by Lynette's family, they come as a stark contrast to the life that the Hookers presented on social media. Here they are aboard their boat named Soulmate. Now, it was their alleged trip back to Soulmate on April 4th that changed the lives of the Hookers forever and was the last time Brian says he saw Lynette.
She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up. And
So he said she basically just bounced off, like they hit a wave, bounce. She bounced off.
On a half-mile maybe trip back to the dinghy, and single thing failed. Every single thing. We weren't wearing life jackets. It was sundown, and the sun set like basically 10 minutes after she fell over. Dinghy key were with her because it wasn't clipped to anything or anybody. And she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her.
So this is the recording of Brian.
See, he says that she had her dry bag with her and that she had the spare dinghy key in it.
And telling friends what allegedly happened. Brian said that he and Lynette, they were leaving a place called the Abaco Inn, which we called, they didn't want to comment, and they were going to make their way back to their boat that was moored off of Hopetown in the Bahamas. And Brian said the wind was so strong, he claims that Lynette fell in. Here's a video posted on Facebook of someone shooting video of police, it appears, searching for Lynette the next.
Damn. Okay, so wow, this person took this video and didn't know what was going on. And this is a vessel looking for Lynette on 4-5. You've been there, Lindsay? No way. Yes, they were at the Abaco Inn. Have you ever been to the Abaco Inn, Lindsay Hendricks? That's where they were eating. There was another case, Mary J, like this?
Stay, so you can just get an idea of what this search area looks like from the ground.
But the waves were 3 foot, and I was trying to ship the oars, and one of the pins on the oars broke, and that dropped over the side. And I was yelling.
Okay, so one of the oar, this is important because he says he only had one oar. So listen again.
But the waves were 3 foot, and I was trying to ship the oars, and one of the pins on the oars broke, and that dropped over the side.
So one of the pins on the oars broke. Oh, wow. Abaco Inn, moored at Hopetown. Be right back to search my photos app.
And I was yelling for her the whole time, and I yelled to her that I lost an oar, and
I yelled to her that I lost an oar.
I threw the anchor out and anchored the dinghy, and I yelled. I couldn't see her anymore. It was the moon had not risen yet.
So it was pitch black is what he's saying. Hello, Miss Uper Gal. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for the loss of your husband, honey. You're lost and alone. You're not alone. You're here. You're here among friends. And I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Hey, John Gone Girl. John Gone Girl, what do you think happened to Lynette Hooker?
And the waves were doing their thing, and I saw her, I think, twice. I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in. But I couldn't tell if she got it or not. We've been looking for the cushion too.
I thought they found the cushion. I thought he said they found the cushion. All these little everything that could go wrong went wrong for this guy.
The search and rescue teams. But it's amazing how small a person
they
is.
do float.
2 or 3 floaters and 25-knot winds.
Now, Brian said the tide took him away from Lynette and he did not see her again. And he says that he ended up drifting for hours and landing near a marina in Marsh Harbor, Bahamas.
Okay, here's the maps, Lindsay Hendricks. I'm glad you know the area. Let me zoom in on this. So Brian sent some maps to his friends. And this one says sailboat anchored. Okay. So this is at Aunt Pat's Bay. And then if you look at the next one.
And he says that he ended up drifting for hours and landing near a marina in Marsh Harbor, Bahamas. These are
okay. So this is the route that the dinghy took after Lynette fell out. He gave this to his friends or something.
Screen grabs that he allegedly sent friends who provided them to us, reportedly showing where all of this took place, according to Brian. Now, we spoke with those friends who recorded that conversation, and they said,
right here, Lynette fell in at the end of the red line. He's showing where he anchored the dinghy, and then he drifted and paddled 4 miles west. So Lynette fell out here. And then if you zoom in, I can't zoom in that well. Probably you can on a phone. I believe this map shows you like the depth of the water and stuff, but I can't read it. Something ain't adding up, says Megan. Hey, Vogue. I would expect him to not remember if he was not traumatized. The depth was 4 feet. That's it. I heard it was 7-8 feet, even in 7 foot of water. But man, I mean, if you're a good swimmer, even if you're wasted, it doesn't help you. Oh, wow. Hypnotizes lobsters. Thanks for letting me know that. I didn't know she said that. I still don't understand Joel's rant, but. So if he had his, J-Lo says I'm not buying it. But if he had his phone the whole time, they should be able to tell where he went. And that watch. And if you notice, now that he's been released, he doesn't have that watch on anymore.
Said that Brian's story did leave them with questions. And one question is related to Brian claiming that he fired off 2 flares from the dinghy.
I grabbed the flares by then.
Yeah, this is another thing that doesn't add up. So he's saying that he grabbed the flares, but we're hearing from other reports that the flares on the dinghy were unused.
I had 2 flares, and they didn't see the flares, I guess.
He said he fired off 2 flares to me.
Friends.
That immediately sent me out on a network of boaters to find out who saw the flares. We don't take that lightly. If you see a flare out here, everyone's turning on the radios, everyone's networking, everyone's heading to the site that it looked like the flare got shot from. That's like hearing a kid scream help in a park. Now, the Bahama News reports that no flares were fired.
Because
he stated he had a flare gun, he fired 2 flares.
Brian also said that
dude ain't buying it. That's his friend. Right, they found the flares on the dinghy unused. Can't with this guy.
Lynette had a bag with her, a dry bag that potentially had their passports, as well as the spare key to the engine that was connected to the dinghy. And when she went into the water, that bag went with her, he said.
So it's that size, And anything bigger would be too big for anyone to carry, so I guess. But
right. The standard dry bag.
Yeah, it is a standard dry bag. I'm looking at mine right now, which I never had before. When she went over, she also took the house keys. When the cops were here, I had to break into my own boat.
What? Okay, so she also had the keys to the big boat? He had to break into his own boat?
Yeah.
What? And, yeah.
When the cops were here, I had to break into my own boat. Yeah.
What was
I had
that?
my phone with me. It had 20% charge. No SIM, no SIM card for the Bahamas.
What?
I just wasn't prepared, like I should have been prepared.
No SIM card for the Bahamas. What? So they had no signal? Did she have all of that stuff in the dry bag? Yes, I did, Kels. Thank you.
That was, this is what comes of that. So I got to get her back and we'll fix all those things. But one thing I did not know is that, until my daughter called me today, is that this is on the national news. And it's just, and Inside Edition tried to call me. And I don't, so, yeah. Oh, what's so the big thing here, I don't know if it's true where you guys are at, but everybody in Bahamas uses WhatsApp, and I didn't have the ability to text any Bahamas numbers until I got that installed. So, and I had to get Google Fi. I ordered a Google Fi service to get, using the Bahamas, but you have to turn that on in the United States, right? And then go to the Bahamas, not order the Bahamas.
God, he's just got so many problems, doesn't he? Talking.
Bahamas and turn it on there. It just is not working. So, or tomorrow again, before my sister gets here, to go find a store that sells a SIM card.
Another question, as we kind of paint the picture of where all of this reportedly took place, is those friends, seasoned boaters, say where Lynette went into the water, it wasn't really that deep, somewhere roughly between 4 and 7 feet, depending on the tide.
And this was 7:30 at night. High tide is at 10 p.m. that night. So that's going to be, if it's 4-6 and the tide swing is 2 feet that day, that'll be 6 feet. It
says between 4.3 and 7.2.
Between 4.3 and 7.2, depending on where she fell in. So
And
that's
that-
mean low tide. So add 1.6 is what it said the swing of the tide was that night to those numbers.
And then even in, the type of winds that they were dealing with, like 18 to 20 knot winds, that's still, a very difficult swimming situation.
Yeah, why does he need a new SIM card? That's weird. Did he get rid of his SIM card?
But she seems like she was a very fit person who is a good swimmer in the water. Of course, Brian Hooker is the only person who knows what really happened aboard that dinghy and out on the water.
Okay, he brings in someone to talk to, but we're going to stop that one there. She had a lot more money than he did, yes. So many problems. None are the fact that his wife could be at the bottom of the ocean or shark bait by now. Very, very strange. Okay, so we're going to follow that up with these friends. And these friends put this video out on the 13th, so 2 days ago. These are the same friends we just watched.
Hi, so we are Blaine and Marnie, and we are from Sailing Cameo.
Hang on.
We just wanted to come out and do our own unedited version of what's going on and why it's going on. I first want to thank all of our friends and family who have reached out. Obviously, what's going on with our friends Lynette and Brian is not a great situation, but we are trying to do everything we can to help find Lynette.
I also want to thank the people from the Bahamas, the locals who have reached out to us. We know that you didn't ask for this to happen in your island. Coming from our time in Puerto Rico, we understand what happens when a national news story takes over. Your island gets inundated, you get scrutinized. And for the people, the locals that have reached out to us and have helped us and are helping find Lynette, we just want to say thank you. We understand how you get treated, and it's not fair. And
isn't that amazing, right? You didn't hear even her husband say, thank you for looking for her or anything like that. Like, he's so weird. He's like, I'm going to need a higher power than this to tell me to stop looking. It's like, what?
we appreciate you still reaching out to us every day, daily, giving us updates on things.
Your local knowledge is invaluable. I
love the Coconut Network, and we just want to say thank you.
The first thing we want to address is why we recorded the conversation with Brian on Monday night. It started out as just a friend talking to a friend about an incident that happened. And quickly we were faced with talking about things and places and locations that we weren't familiar with. So we started on a whiteboard. Everything, we're trying to map out which way things are, but because we've never been there, it was hard for us to follow what Brian was saying and piecing things together so that we could start looking for Lynette and start helping him look at tides and weather and all of those things. So we recorded it just under the premise that we could go back later and try and help piece this together.
We understand we've been in stressful situations before too. We were respecting where Brian was, and having boating knowledge, I wanted to help. Like, I felt helpless that Lynette was missing, and so I was pulling up charts. I was trying to help him. I was trying to help him grid square out the area, identify tides, identify islands, and help search and rescue through him. And that goes to why and when we released this to the public. When Brian could no longer tell his story because he was incarcerated, the local community and local boaters only had what the news put out. And we're going to address that in a minute. But we were sitting on Brian's actual words of what happened. And that's crucial in this time frame of finding our friend Lynette alive. We still believe we can. I know there's people who are going to watch this and say it's too late, blah, blah, blah. But we watched the news just like you did, and we're hearing that it was deep out at sea. We're hearing that, we're hearing the arguments of a lot of things. But why we released it is because Brian was incarcerated. As a lawyer, I know that the first thing he's going to be told is just shut his mouth. That doesn't help find Lynette. So we contacted all of our local...
Oh, this guy's a lawyer? Did he say as a lawyer? Wait, hold on.
As a lawyer, I know that...
Oh, this guy's a lawyer. And he ain't buying the shit. Oh, God. That's not good, Brian. He's a lawyer.
The first thing he's going to be told is just shut his mouth. That doesn't help find Lynette. So we contacted all of our local community of voters and we said, what would you want us to do if it was you in this situation? And unanimously, everybody said, get that information out there.
And we did try to also contact local authorities, and we were not able to reach anybody. So this was the best way on our YouTube channel to upload a large file so that it could get out there and people could hear, you know, his account of what happened and where to be searching for her.
That's the second part of this. If you're finding us for the first time through this, that's because it worked. Sad to say. We put it up on YouTube without commentary, without anything, because we're not monetized on YouTube. This is not a money grab. We are monetized on TikTok. We felt like blending those two together was disingenuous. We do not want to make a penny off of our friend. If you see us in a live trying to talk about locals getting together for search groups or whatnot, or you see us, we do not want a cent off of our friend missing. And that's what we can't get through enough. That's why we put it up on YouTube, and now it is, you're going to start seeing us on the news.
And part of who we have decided to talk to is based on what kind of questions they're asking. Again, we're not here for the drama of it all. We're not here to make money. We're not here to make speculations. We are here to get out as much information as we can to try and find our friend Lynette. So if news agencies come at us with, you know, questions about dinghy keys or past relationship problems or, well, what do you really think? That's not what we're here for. We're here to help do any kind of search that we can, get people together, get the information out there of the account of the night, and try and find where Lynette could be.
Yes, we've had many interactions with the news in our life. It attracts us, I think, sometimes. We have learned very quickly that there are different news, not even agencies. I don't care about the agencies. We're not picking who we talk to based off of if they're aligned left or they're aligned right or any of that. It's when the reporter calls, it's the questions they ask. If they want to know how to help find Lynette, we are helping. If they want to know about past relationship stuff, we are cutting them off and just shutting them down. We have done 2 45-minute interviews with 2 major news agencies that have amounted to about 16 seconds of airtime. Even that 16 seconds has helped a bit. But it's not the story. So we're not here to litigate Brian or point a finger one way or other. If the information we release helps people identify that there are misrepresentations or falsehoods in Brian's story, fine, then that helps us find Lynette another way. If it can be corroborated because his story is out there and it helps find Lynette, that's fine. When this is all done, this is not about Brian, this is not about us, this is not about anything other than finding Lynette. And every day that goes by that we're focusing on their past or a dinghy key or why weren't they wearing PFDs is another day that Lynette could be hurt or on a sandbar somewhere and nobody's looking because they're too focused on the drama.
Right. And in the Abacos, it is a rather big chain of islands. What did you call it? A
barrier island.
A barrier island. And a lot of those islands are uninhabited. So there's lots of mangroves, there's lots of places that she could be. And if all we are focused on are drama-related things, that's not going to help find her. Being respectful to the people that are there, getting people together and working to, like Blaine said, grid pattern these areas and be like, hey, I already checked this island, you know, let's go check that island. That's what's going to be beneficial, not whether or not there was a court case in 2005.
And this is the worst thing I can say, and I don't want to say it, but the truth of the matter is, if you ask why we're doing everything we're doing, is because a week from now, I do not want Lynette found and it be identified that she was alive but died of exposure instead of anything else.
Yep.
Because right now, we're still in a window of possibility. Every year, there is a story that comes out of somebody who makes it. Right? It's beats odds, beats probability. We're still inside that window.
Yes.
All right? But that window shortens if everyone stops looking.
Yep. So if anybody is local, whether it be boaters, people local to the Bahamas, again, we are a ways away, but we are willing to help coordinate in any way we can. If anybody hasn't been able to reach out to the authorities like we weren't, you know, feel free to reach out to us, and we can try and, you know, lead the pack the best that we can.
We spent 4 days emailing, calling, every number we saw on every news agencies, the Bahamas WhatsApp number, the Bahamas authorities, Crime Stoppers, Coast Guard. There are voicemails at the end of this that they're going to go back and say we never reached it. They're there. The Crime Stoppers number we called, the lady didn't even know what the Lynette Hooker story was.
Yeah.
If you are in the area and you want to help, go out and search an island. Contact us. We'll work together. If you are a local and you've been screwed over by the media before, or you're worried about coming forward, let us know. We'll get the information out. But let's not let drama stand in the way of finding Lynette.
And we also have no problem keeping anything that anybody says to us as confidential.
Which sounds really stupid since we're releasing an audio recording. But
right.
If I could sit at the end of this and talk with Brian, and Brian's found innocent and his wife is found, Brian would clink me in the beer and say thank you. I'm sure if he wouldn't, his wife was found, and that's all we care about.
Yep. So again, we just want to say thank you for your understanding and for trying to help in any way that you can. Our main focus is to just find Lynette and where she is and where she could be.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so break down a few things in this video. A, the friend is the lawyer. And the friend is like, I know that his lawyer is telling him to shut his mouth, so he can't talk. So I'm going to talk for him. Hey, Nicole. So the fact that this guy is speaking more than Brian, I think we have to remember that Brian is the one that has to keep his mouth shut because that's what his lawyer is going to tell him to do. Don't talk anymore. You've already talked enough. So I don't know if we can hold that totally against him. The fact that they're being proactive, they may be doing it because they know, he said, as a lawyer, first thing that lawyer's going to tell Brian is shut the fuck up. So knowing that Brian isn't talking, maybe this guy's just taking over to help find Lynette. Hey, Driftwood. Aw, thank you, Nash. Thank you for covering this interview, Jay, even with a migraine. I think it will be used against him if he goes to trial. There's more. There's more. Thank you, Nashy. You're late, Driftwood. You didn't miss much. So we've got the whole recording, the sailing cameo put up. This is their entire recording with Brian Hooker. Okay. I think we should listen to this before we listen to the new interviews. This is long, you guys. It's 27 minutes long. But this is the recording of the friends. The complete recording. So we're gonna roll this. I might stop it if there's something that I want to mention, but I think we'll just kick back and listen. I've never heard this in its entirety, so I'm hearing it for the first time with you guys. So again, this is the full recorded phone call. 27 minutes, yes, of crucial information from Brian on April the 7th? Or is that when they posted it? No, this must have been the day that Lynette went missing, he called. I'm not sure. But it says April 7th recording.
One or none.
I've never been to the Bahamas.
Okay, so they just decided to record because I guess, like they said, they wanted to catch all the information. I don't know, maybe they weren't believing it. She went missing on, well, this says April 7th. So did he wait 2 days to call them? You know what I mean? Because she went missing on the 4th, on the evening of the 4th of April. I don't know. But let's listen. Here we go.
And honestly, this sounds horrible. I was trying to piece this together not knowing it was you guys a couple of days ago. So, where were you guys coming from and going?
Oh, whoa. So the friend had already heard about this case. Did you hear that? He's like, I was trying to piece this together when I heard about this case a few days ago. I can play it at 1.25. Let me see if it's too fast. But he's like, I was trying to piece it together. So he didn't know it was Brian and Lynette. And he was already thinking, does this sound right to me? He called them, yes.
Going to, because that's what I couldn't figure out in any of the Facebook articles I was reading, like how to do a grid pattern search. Like,
well, I don't really understand the currents and tides here. I kind of rely on Hopetown. Okay, so off of a place called Elbow Key, and that's called Elbow, spelled L-O-K-C-A-Y. And we were kind of in the middle of the key, and there's a place called Tahiti Beach. It's really popular here, and it's a beach that dries out at low tide, and so a barge runs up on it and serves drinks all day from there. And there's a lot of manta rays will go around your legs and everything, and all of that. And so we really like that spot.
Is it too fast for you guys? That's 1.25. Let me know. Shit wasn't adding up. Yeah. This is before he was taken into custody, though. It's not too fast? Okay.
And we had been kind of stuck in the harbor for a while, so we were getting out and about, and we had to go to a different island called Great Guanakee to refill our scuba tanks, and shit was going all right. And
okay, so he's recalling the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been strong easterlies, and that's what you get here is the trades, basically. We're at the top of the trades, and so we were having, basically 20-knot winds steady all day with a couple gusts here and there. And where we were anchored was pretty quiet, but when we came out of this bar called the Abaco Inn, we came out of the channel and instantly got into the shit, into the chop.
I capsized my dinghy 2.
Okay, hold on. So what you get here is the trades.
We're at the top of the trades. And
we're at the top of the trades.
So we were having, basically 20-knot winds steady all day with a couple gusts here and there. And where we were anchored was pretty quiet, but when we came out of this bar called the Abaco Inn,
okay, so we can assume they were drinking all day, but we don't know yet, and I hope that Ashleigh Banfield, because she's boots on the ground, I hope she'll go to the Abaco Inn and find out some information about what was going down at the restaurant before these two left, right?
we came out of the channel and instantly got into the shit, into the chop.
I capsized my dinghy 2 months ago with 7 people aboard and got Coast Guard rescued. I understand how quickly it can happen.
Okay, did you hear that? This guy says he capsized his. 7 people on a freaking dinghy?
I'm not. I'm definitely not.
We're making it.
Well, a pilot boat saved me. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Or,
Another thing that went wrong was it was the Saturday night before Easter, and with this busy anchorage, full of cruisers, it was pretty sparse. The winds were just fucking howling, and I still, my voice is not all the way back, but I don't know. This is not really a thing. I mean, she has to come back, otherwise.
This is not really a thing. I mean, she has to come back.
She's
going to come back.
About too much,
She's going to come back.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
This sounds horrible to say, and I please hope you understand how I'm saying this. If there's a woman I want to fall off a dinghy and survive, it's going to be Lynette. I just need you to believe that. We've been doing this life the same amount of time you have, maybe a little less, but I haven't met another Lynette out there. Have faith.
Yeah, thank you. I have to. That's all I got. So the cops call me every couple, about twice or 3 times a day, and I update them where I'm at and things, and
The cops are calling him 2 to 3 times a day, and he's letting him know where he's at. They should be following his ass.
the Coast Guard has been pretty on point with assistance. That dry bag, Lynette carries a dry bag. She carries all the important shit because I'm not to be trusted with the important shit.
Lynette carries all the important shit because I'm not to be trusted with the important shit. Why? You're not trustworthy, Brian?
No, exactly. We're men.
There's no passports and the spare dinghy key. I have jury rig a magnet now for the dinghy key, so I can. My intent is my sister and her husband flew in. Some of my in-laws are here. My intent is to meet with them tomorrow, and we're updating on Facebook and shit. But
we're updating on Facebook and shit. What? What the hell? I'm meeting with them tomorrow? Dude, time is of the essence.
my kids are kind of fucked up. Lynette has a daughter, and I have 3 kids, but my kids are kind of fucked up. Lynette has a daughter, and I have 3 kids, and they all grew up together these last 25 years. And Harley's basically catatonic, and Rosie's incredibly upset, and they're trying to take care of each other up in Michigan. Catatonic, and Rosie's incredibly upset, and they're trying.
Catatonic? Oh my God, you're describing your daughter being catatonic, and you're just like, yeah, she's catatonic, and Rosie's upset. Yeah, they'll get over it. Like, what the fuck?
Harley's basically catatonic, and Rosie's incredibly upset, and they're trying to take care of each other up in Michigan. A couple of 28-year-olds, and
get your family together.
Yeah, they're together. I mean, I get as much as we can, and I'm just here until I get her. That's basically the deal. I can't tell you what. I don't have to tell you what it's like to want to give up. And
Wait a minute. I'm just here until I get her. Not until I find her. I'm just here till I get her. And he says, get your family together. I think he means like look for them. Or, get them all together to look. And he's like, yeah, they are together. They're all fucked up.
Get your family together.
Yeah, they're together. I mean, I get as much as we can, and I'm just here until I get her. That's basically the deal. I can't tell you what. I don't have to tell you what it's like to want to give up and not. But that was the craziest fucking night drifting out in the Abaco Sea that it was just.
Brian, you're the one that taught me how to get
like
through my worst night. And it's the only reason I'm calling is because I know that God knows that these are the worst nights of your life, and I'm calling you.
Oh, so the friend called him. How did he get a call in the SIM card problem? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm confused on that. Are you guys getting good vibes, bad vibes? What's your feelings, thoughts?
Thank you for that.
And all I've got to do is tell you that that dry bag has not been found, correct?
Right.
That dry bag is a flotation device, and you got to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the guy just said the dry bag is also a flotation device.
That's another thing she had. Can you please call Apple and start the location shit? We did not have SIM cards though. That's a fuck up. And today I tried to.
We didn't have SIM cards? That's a fuck up? What? Hold on.
That's another thing she had. Can you please call Apple and start the location shit? We did not have SIM cards though. That's a fuck up. And today I tried to get. It's been hard to come with Starlink to do any kind of phone calls or texting and shit. And today I went to go get a SIM card because that was another fuck up.
Oh my God. Another fuck up. Is he telling on himself?
Ooh-wee, that will scare somebody.
That was another fuck up. What do you mean another fuck up? That's weird.
Phone calls or texting and shit. And today I went to go get a SIM card because that was another fuck up. good cops. And there's a fucking holiday. Every store was closed, and even the airport was closed on the island. And
Oh, were you trying to leave? He said, what? He said even the airport was closed. Was he trying to leave on Easter? What the heck, dude? Like he was pissed. Everything was fucking closed.
fuck up. Good cops. And there's a fucking holiday. Every store was closed, and even the airport was closed on the island. And I don't even know what the holiday is. I don't give a shit. I've just been like, holy.
I don't even know what the holiday is. I don't give a shit.
Was closed on the island. And I don't even know what the holiday is. I don't give a shit. I've just been like, holy fucking shit. We did so many things wrong. Was closed on the island. And I don't even know what the holiday is. I don't give a shit. I've just been like, holy fucking shit. We did so many things wrong. Even I think my anchor dragged after I set it out. I'm pretty sure that fucker must have dragged. I couldn't really tell in the chop and stuff because I don't have 10 feet of chain on the end of the anchor. I only have line.
His anchor dragged 4 miles? I don't have 10 foot of chain on the end of the anchor. I only have 9. So everything's fucked up.
It's just
for your dinghy
things that,
or for your big boat.
For my,
now is your big boat still where it was?
No, I just got that back into the harbor today. Yesterday was what, Sunday, Easter. Everybody got rolling Easter morning, so they're
okay. Wait.
What, Sunday, Easter?
Okay, so this was Monday. This call was on Monday, the day after Easter. Okay, so imagine this. He's found on the shore on Easter, on Sunday. The cops find him. They search for Lynette that day. He's talking to them the next day.
Everybody got rolling Easter morning, so all the search boats came out, and the Coast Guard came out in the afternoon sometime, and everything was rolling. The cops took me, and I showed them where I thought the dinghy was, and the position and everything. Then they took me to the sailboat, and they searched the boat, and that's when I found out they wanted our passports, and that's when I found out that Lynette probably has them. And
oh my God! So they wanted our passports, and I said, Lynette's got them. Really? How do we know that he didn't stash his passport somewhere? And on Sunday, he grabbed his passport, went to the airport, and it was closed. I mean, how do we know? Right? Pieces 2.0? He is leaking big time. This is really bad. Right, he could have stashed it.
But there was a lot of leakage.
kind of a bummer for those guys for a minute, but they instead got the information somewhere else. And then they took the reports, and that's when I found out that Lynette probably has them. And kind of a bummer for those guys for a minute, but they instead got the information somewhere else.
Kind of a bummer for the authorities to not have them. Hey, Teely. Yeah, no passport, no SIM card. Come on. And the dry bag never surfaced with all this stuff in it. Come on.
Kind of a bummer for those guys for a minute, but they instead got the information somewhere else. And then they took me on the search and rescue boat and with the fire department, and we went around for hours and hours, and until about, I would say 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. And then we all just we headed in, and I just it kind of hit me right then that we had covered so much territory. We went miles and miles, and I would say it took me probably basically a dinghy adrift. I was paddling, but with one oar on my knees for the whole time. But it still took me like probably 5 or 6 hours to get 4 miles. So yeah, and that's when I kind of realized, no one had come to look for me, so no one had yet found her, and so and so after that, I was a free.
Wait, so who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket? Do you have a mouse in your pocket, mister? Did you catch that?
Listen. For me, so no one had yet found her, and so
Okay, listen.
Realize, no one had come to look for me, so no one had yet found her, and so
No one had come to look for me, so no one had yet found her. What does that even mean?
get 4 miles. So, yeah, and that's when I kind of realized, no one had come to look for me, so no one had yet found her, and so and so after that, I was 3 more hours at the cop shop making a statement.
At the cop shop. Oh, did they reply to me? Lindsay, what'd they say? I didn't realize they had released this already. I sat there at the hours at the cop shop making a statement.
And when they let me go, the fire department brought me back to my sailboat, but it was too rough to go get the dinghy out of the beach, the little rocky beach where I beached it, and so stay on the boat all night last night. And a couple. I guess the Bahamas police force put the word out on the Facebook groups and stuff, and so people did stop by to ask what they could do, but they're what the fuck, I mean, when the sun goes down, there's nothing to do or see, and other people were just kind of tourists, I think, but you gotta have the right attitude. So then the fire department brought me my
Dude, what is he talking about? Right attitude? Like, what is going on?
They went and got it themselves and towed it back to me at the sailboat. It's about 10 miles from where I'm at now.
So they went and got the dinghy and brought it back to him.
And then one of them kind of came on board and took the wheel, which was Lynette's job, so I could get the anchor up. And so I'll be spending the next day tomorrow installing a windlass switch for the cockpit, because we have to do both. I'm single-handed now. And so I'm gonna. My plan is if these guys give up after Wednesday, I'm going back out. I'm gonna drop the hook and I'm gonna go in super close in my stupid dinghy until I find her around all those.
My stupid dinghy? What is this guy doing?
Those islands in this part of the Keys.
Because there's no open ocean channel she would have been swept out into that I'm seeing on maps.
Yeah, there is. They call them cuts. So if you see something that says cut, that is where you can get out into the ocean. And it can be, depending on what the swell on the Atlantic is coming, it can be calm and placid, or they
Did he go out in the ocean and dump her, you guys? He just said, like, the cut is where you can get out into the ocean. If he went out into the ocean and dumped her, they may never find her. And how can you freaking prove it? Oh my God, this is like a nightmare.
There is. They call them cuts. So if you see something that says cut, that is where you can get out into the ocean. And it can be, depending on what the swell on the Atlantic is coming, it can be calm and placid, or they will be going against the wind or the tide, and you'll get these short, steep waves, short period steep waves and I've seen less smooth like a motor boat, and I've seen sailboats just get fucking bent going out, trying to go out at the wrong time. There are some, but go ahead.
What are the depths? Like, where you're anchored?
Where we anchored, I was anchored in 8 feet of water at mean low tide, and at high tide it was about 10 and a quarter. Other depths were 5 feet at low tide, if you got onto a shoal or something nearby. But that's not really intuitive to a swimmer, especially at night. You can't,
Yeah, I know. My
Now, if she was in that shallow of water, they would have found her, dude. How long does it take a body to start floating? I know that's gross, but how long does it take a body to float in water? Let's see. 2 to 5 days in moderate conditions. So temperature is the primary driver of decomp, which produces the gas needed for buoyancy. So in warm water, 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, bodies can surface in as little as 1 to 3 days. No drama. I have no idea what's going on with Molly Golightly. I'm sorry. No clue. Her channel's gone? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, 1 to 3 days. I feel like, okay, so then after it floats, it resinks. If the body remains on the surface and the skin ruptures, the gas escapes, causing the body to sink again. And they haven't found the dry bag. Exactly, Casey. Where did you say I could find those maps? Check out Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace. Her latest on this one, I believe.
My thought is there's an island that...
Oh, weighted down. God, I didn't even think of that. Like Scott Peterson did. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. Except Lacey was in a bay. So that's why Lacey, like, washed up, right? If you're in the big part of the ocean. Yeah, that's what they said. It was a flotation device as well.
I mean, there's a dozen of those little sandbar islands that she could be standing on right now.
That's what I'm looking for, you know. But just please take what I said about the cascade of failures, you know. And you know from having your own experience, I can't believe that happened to you with all those people on that awesome dinghy. Was it the good dinghy or the shitty dinghy?
It was the shitty dinghy, but it was every calamity I could have done wrong in one night.
I know. I know.
But it's the Bahamas. There's 1,000,001 little tiny islands to search.
Right. And his friend is thinking, why aren't you out there searching? There's so many little islands she could have washed up on. He's like, yeah, right.
You gotta do is stay afloat. That's all I want for her is to stay afloat and got somewhere.
She had her bag. If she had her bag, she's got to float.
Yeah.
I've been kept afloat by a dry bag numerous times.
Like a backpack one.
Now, was hers like the little one or one of the big ones?
Oh, I think it was the 5 liter or something, whatever. 10, yeah, it was like one of the ones you would buy. She bought in Key West at one of the shops, so it's that size, you know. And anything bigger would be too big for anyone to carry, so I guess. But,
right. The standard dry bag.
Yeah, it is the standard dry bag. I'm looking at mine right now, which I never had before. When she went over, she also took the house keys. When the cops were here, I had to break into my own boat. I had my phone with me. It had 20% charge. No SIM card for the Bahamas. I just wasn't prepared. You know, like I should have been prepared.
Okay, now he's like repeating himself. SIM card again. He's more worried about the SIM card shit than finding Lynette. What's going on? Why is he sitting on a boat, rocking back and forth, talking on the phone?
This is what comes of that. So I gotta get her back and we'll fix all those things.
Wait, what?
Just wasn't prepared. You know, like I should have been prepared. This is what comes of that. So I gotta get her back and we'll fix all those things. You know, but one thing I did not know is that until my daughter called me today is that this is on the national news, and
oh Lord,
it's just fucked up. And Inside Edition tried to call me.
Why wouldn't you want it on the national news? Why is it fucked up, dude? Dude, if your wife's missing, you want it on the national news. What? This right here. Oh, that's fucked up, he says. This is on the national news. I don't want anybody to know. I don't know. I'm playing their video. I think he's saying it again.
And it's just fucked up. And Inside Edition tried to call me. Yeah, I don't. So, yeah. Oh, what's it? So a big thing here. I don't know if it's true where you guys are at, but everybody in Bahamas uses WhatsApp, and I didn't have the ability to text any Bahamas numbers until
Yeah, didn't we hear this already? I feel like this is repeated.
I got that installed. So, you know, and I had to get Google Fi. I ordered a Google Fi service.
Yeah, we already heard this part. Is it like repeating or? Because
to get, using the Bahamas, but you have to turn that on in the United States, right? And then go to the Bahamas, not order the Bahamas and turn it on there. It's just it's not working. So, or tomorrow again, before my sister gets here, to go find a store that sells a SIM card.
Well, while you're focusing on the water,
maybe he's just repeating himself, you guys, because this part's different. Okay, so he says he's going to go before his sister gets there. So his sister was flying in on Tuesday. Lynette goes missing Saturday night at 7:30. And then Easter is Easter. And then Monday he's talking on this phone call. And then his sister's arriving Tuesday. Oh my God, Olivia.
The store that sells a SIM card.
well, while you're focusing on the water, talk to the police about checking every fucking little island.
Yeah, but the virus, you guys are pretty on point, and I text them at all hours, and they are always receptive and responsive, and they have search and all of that, and
he's texting them at all hours. What are you talking about?
they're going to do a better job than I'm going to do, I think, except they're not as motivated. They're motivated, but not like I am, and I'm never leaving until I get that woman, and that's all there is to it. So I'm going to just start at one end of the and not as motivated. They're motivated, but not like I am, and I'm never leaving until I get that woman.
They're motivated, but not like I am. What? You're sitting on your ass on a phone call. Oh my God, this guy's nuts, man. Listen to that.
They're going to do a better job than I'm going to do, I think, except they're not as motivated. They're motivated, but not like I am.
Really? He's not even fucking right. I'm going to get that woman. Uh-huh.
They're going to do a better job than I'm going to do, I think, except they're not as motivated. They're motivated, but not like I am, and I'm never leaving until I get that woman. And that's all there is to it. So I'm going to just start at one end of the two. You look on the charts, elbow key is across from something called lover's key, and lover's.
Did she take off during a fight? Higgins, you read my mind. He sounds pissed that she may have escaped him. I wonder if she's alive out there.
He had a couple houses I tried to read.
Hold on, let's listen to that again.
Receptive and responsive, and they have search and all of that, and they're going to do a better job than I'm going to do, I think, except they're not as motivated. They're motivated, but not like I am, and I'm never leaving until I get that woman. And that's all there is to it. So I'm going to just start at one end of the two. You look on the charts, elbow key is across from something called lover's key, and lover's key had a couple houses I tried to reach, but the wind and the tides didn't let me. I just kind of drifted past them about 1,000 yards away or 500 yards away, and I was just going to break a window, get security out, and then call the cops, but there's no infrastructure, there's no cops on that island, so, and security might just be a blink camera. When I got to the boatyard, it was full of boats, many of them on the hard, and cars, and I thought, well, shit, there's fucking liveaboards here. Nope. I yelled and walked around. It's a big ship, big boatyard, and I was locked into the damn thing. They had the man doors locked, and so I was standing at the gate yelling for help to the house across the street. It was dark, and this is like 3:45 in the morning, and a car went by right by me and stopped, and I waved my arms, and stopped about 100 yards away, and he stopped, and I yelling, please help, and the fucker opened the door and looked out at me, and then closed the door and drove off.
And what marina was that?
So the Marsh Harbor Boatyard, or Marsh Harbor Boat Works. So, yeah, I tried to get into their channel when I was paddling, but the tide carried me right past it, and I ended up on the rocks 1,000 yards away and had to hump over the coral and shit. It's stupid mistakes all built into, frankly, a devastating loss to everyone she touched.
We love you guys.
So, thank you guys. I love you too. Thank you for calling. I'll keep you updated. I'll make sure I do that. I'm gonna send you what the SAR guy sent me today, and I'll do the same thing when they report out tomorrow.
Send me everything you got. I'm going to contact everybody I know in the Bahamas. I don't know. I want island search. I want island search now.
All right, I'm gonna get on. I'll send you a copy of the charts where screen grab or whatever, and I'll put a
His friend has a more sense of urgency than he does.
mark on there where I think this stuff happened. One thing that I don't understand, and I want to understand, I'm going to talk to the guys tomorrow, but maybe you can help me, is the tides are much different here to me because they sort of change direction, I think, with the moon maybe. And so where, I don't know. I couldn't get a sense of the currents, and there's no current gauges here. There's tide gauges, but they just read up and down. They don't read like which direction the ebb and flow is, because we're kind of like the islands here are kind of like a castle turret, So there's some that's in a ring, there's gaps, and so those cuts. You'll get weird swells come in one direction and out the others with the tide, but they aren't just always in and out like the harbors you and I where we met, and the entrances.
Right.
We're very clear. The tides go in the river and they go back out the river. But here, it's kind of like they well up from everywhere, and it causes maybe more wraparound season. So I never really did grasp how that was. I just knew that, I was being blown by the winds west on a strong easterly, and I was trying to paddle south, and I could not get there. And but when, some hours later, the tide started to carry me south, so through it, but I happened to be passing by a cut, and it's just lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was getting pretty hypothermic towards the morning, mid-morning. Yeah.
What? I was just lucky.
Lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was getting pretty.
Oh, we had some leakage. Okay, listen to this part.
Started to carry me south, so through it, but I happened to be passing by a cut.
I happened to be passing by a cut. I was thinking, that maybe he used this cut to go out. Okay, but now we're going to have more leakage. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Jason, for your super chat. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you.
And, it's just lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was.
Okay. Lucky it did, or I wouldn't be here either. So you're telling us she's not here anymore?
But there was a lot of leakage.
Noted.
Bing bang.
He did say passing by a cut, and then says, oh, I'm lucky I did, or I wouldn't be here either. So did he have problems on the way or out there while he was doing his thing? Okay, so listen again.
And, but when, some hours later, the tide started to carry me south, so through it, but I happened to be passing by a cut. And, it's just lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was getting pretty hypothermic towards the morning, mid-morning.
You were getting pretty hypothermic. Okay, so what do you think what happened to her, mofo? I don't think it happened on the dinghy either.
But, yeah.
Oh, but, yeah. If we could only see his face. I wouldn't be here either. But, yeah. All right, I'm going to play that without pausing. Listen again.
Passing by a cut. And, it's just lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was getting pretty hypothermic towards the morning, mid-morning. But all that was, I just knew that, I was being blown by the wind west on a strong easterly, and I was trying to paddle south, and I could not get there. And, but when, some hours later, the tide started to carry me south, so through it, but I happened to be passing by a cut. And, it's just lucky it did, or it wouldn't be here either. Probably I was getting pretty hypothermic towards the morning, Good morning. Yeah, it's terrible. It's just fucking terrible, and I appreciate you guys so much for calling.
Absolutely.
Other people are harassing my kids, and
What? Now it's gone to harass. No one's harassing your kids. Your kids don't even like you.
appreciate you guys so much for calling.
Absolutely.
Other people are harassing my kids and things like that. And opposite of supporting, I would say. Well,
that's awful.
The media is just, I don't know. I haven't watched the news. I haven't watched any TV since, I watched it last with Lynette. In fact, I just ate an hour ago for the first time since I last ate with Lynette. You know.
Oh my God, he's able to fucking eat. Chris Watts, anyone? Remember when Chris Watts gobbled down that pizza while looking at the picture of his little kids? Gobbled, gobble, gobble. You want more pizza, Chris? Yeah, I'll take more. I'll take another piece. I haven't watched anything. He's telling us he's watched everything. He knows that people are looking at him.
With Lynette. In fact, I just ate an hour ago for the first time since I last ate with Lynette. You know,
So you guys were anchored outside Abaco Inn, like by White Sound or Joe's K?
Yeah, we were anchored out by we were anchored out, I would say, a half mile south of the channel, the White Sound channel on Elbow Key, towards Tahiti Beach. We were at the south end of something called On Pat's Bay, like Californian St. Ant, you know, Western St. Ant. But yeah, we had gone whatever, half a mile or so, 3/4 to Tahiti Beach, where that's the popular place. Hung out there all day, met people that later, the next 2 days later, cool people. And I remember, you know how it is, people that don't do what you do, and Marty and Lynette, they think we're fucking awesome. And I wax pontifical about having an authentic life, and it's authentic because
Wait, what are you talking about? You met cool people? Who'd you meet?
The next 2 days later, cool people. And I remember, you know how it is, people that don't do what you do, and Marty and Lynette, they think we're fucking awesome. And I wax pontifical about having an authentic life, and it's authentic because there's risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night, and I feel it's been awesome. And I wax pontifical about having an authentic life, and it's authentic because there's risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night.
What? It's authentic. What is he talking about? Having an authentic life, and then I fucking lost my wife?
And it's authentic because there's risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night. And I feel like the gods were listening in.
I feel like the gods were listening in? Oh, shit. That's weird. Whoa.
That same night. And I feel like the gods were listening in. So, yeah.
So you were anchored out in...
The gods were listening into what? Oh, my goodness.
And Pat's Bay.
And this guy's like, okay, can we get back to where the hell you were so we can find Lynette?
Risk. And then I lost my fucking wife that same night. And I feel like the gods were listening in. So, yeah.
So you were anchored out in Pat's Bay.
Yeah, I'd say about 100 meters from shore.
So there's almost no way she's making it past Lubbers Quarter Island.
Friend is
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
The friend is looking at a map.
Well, that's not. When we left the channel. When we got out of the channel.
Oh my God.
When we left the channel. When we got out of the channel, we were probably, I would say, we were near the tip. There's some shoals on the north end of Lubbers Key, and we were sort of level with those shoals. I never hit bottom in the dinghy the whole night, so I would have expected her to be blown the same direction as I was going, but she was swimming at right angles to me when I last saw her, I think, because I was all turned around in the dinghy because I had no fucking steering and I was getting tossed by the waves.
This sounds like a movie.
Jeepers.
And I thought, so from that, I think she thought it was a better shot to go to the sailboat, 1,000 yards away. So I would have expected her to be blown onto Lover's Key. If she just floated, on her back with the waves, the wind would have taken, the waves should have taken her to Lover's Key. But the tide was running north. So I don't know which winds and which is stronger. If she was
What? I thought you just told this guy that you didn't understand the tides. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Penny. It could end up a movie one day.
taken north, like towards Hopetown, that's bad, or northeast, then she could be all the way over at what is it, Man-o-War Key or something like that.
He knows this like the back of his hand. He knows all of it. I'm not familiar. Yeah, you are. And he says that would be bad.
But I really rely on these SAR guys to do the thing, and they're sending out the planes and the drones again tomorrow, so.
He doesn't sound very concerned that these search and rescue people may find her. He doesn't sound hopeful that they're going to find her there. Oh, they're sending out the planes and the drones. I'm really counting on the SAR guys. But you just said the SAR guys were not as motivated as you are, as you're sitting on your ass talking.
But it would be a long night, and but doable. She's got a lot of grit,
Oh, she's
and we've
full
been
of
together
it.
through some crazy shit.
She's full of grit.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
and we've
full
been
of
together
it.
through some crazy shit.
She's full of grit.
Yeah. Agree, Marty. Yeah, we are all simpatico. We're in a kind of an exclusive club, you guys. We do the hard and goofy and stupid shit that active of landlubbers. And she's proud of that, and I'm proud of that. And I sometimes think Hooper's just got in the comfort with nothing bad happening in a while. I don't know. To me, it's surreal right now. It's just
I
surreal.
imagine so. Blaine's
Well, let me get going, and I'll send you. I'm gonna text you some.
All right.
I'm gonna send you some stuff. Okay, and thank you guys. I love you too. And
You have people check Matt Lowe's K.
What's that?
You need to have people check Matt Lowe's K.
Okay.
If you washed up on Marsh Harbor and you were heading to where you said you were, and the winds are heading east and the current's heading north,
yeah,
she's going to be somewhere at Matt Lowe's K. Because she isn't making it all the way up to Sandy
That's
K.
what I'm looking forward to.
You understand?
That's where I thought I was going to land. Right, I will. I thought I was going to end there myself. It's a resort that's being built. It's not done yet. And so, there's construction almost not Sunday, not today or yesterday. And so I was paddling my ass off as best I could to get further south of Matt Lowe's Cay to get to, that's where the boatyard is, boat works, whatever they call it, the Marsh Harbor. Got a tiny little channel and I landed on a little tiny lagoon just
This isn't about you, dude. We're trying to figure out where Lynette
whatever west of that or southwest of that. I'll send you some pics with some marks on them. But that is a great idea, and I'm gonna text the guys right now tonight because they're super responsive, and I finally got WhatsApp to work, and so now I can text Bahamians. It's yeah.
We have
I'll
WhatsApp
send you
too,
some
so if
stuff,
you need to
my
reach
brother.
out that way, feel free.
Create a WhatsApp group with everybody in it. That way, there's nobody missing information.
Agree.
And you put that out on the socials, and you say, hey, this is the WhatsApp group for the search and rescue for Lynette. And that way, if people check in, they say, hey, I'm at Sugarloaf Cay. We've just walked the entire island. You're not spending resources going everywhere. Everyone can do it. You can treat it like fucking Pokemon Go and just have everybody searching for Pokemon Lynette. You got that?
Oh, yeah. He's like, you got that, motherfucker? You go find her. Ooh, he means it, too. Listen.
Okay, we've just walked the entire island. You're not spending resources going everywhere. Everyone can do it. You can treat it like fucking Pokemon Go and just have everybody searching for Pokemon Lynette. You got that?
Yeah.
Pokemon Lynette, he said. Get your fucking ass out there, dude.
Go and just have everybody searching for Pokemon Lynette. You got that?
Yeah, I hear you, Cap.
One WhatsApp group. Put everybody in there. Fuck the socials and fuck the haters. I'm saying create a WhatsApp group for people who honestly want to help.
Wow. Brian's trying to make excuses. Haters. Where have you heard that? Reminds me of Don Wells and his haters.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
You just walk the entire island. You're not spending resources going everywhere. Everyone can do it. You can treat it like fucking Pokemon Go and just have everybody searching for Pokemon Lynette. You got that?
Yeah, I hear you, Cap.
One WhatsApp group. Put everybody in there. Fuck the socials and fuck the haters. I'm saying create a WhatsApp group for people who honestly want to help. And let's find which island because she's hungry and she's probably a little thirsty.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow. So his friend had to remind him that Lynette's probably a little fucking hungry and thirsty after he just said he just got done eating.
Right. You're right.
Honestly want to help. And let's find which island because she's hungry and she's probably a little thirsty.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you, guys. Stand by for some info. I'll talk to you later.
Sounds good, Brian. We love you.
Thank you. Marty. I love you too, Marty and Bling. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Wow. Whew. I hadn't heard that, you guys. Can you say guilty as fuck? This guy is awful. Okay, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. Now we're going to watch his freaking interviews that he did yesterday after he was released. Oh my God, you guys are going to be furious. Oh my God, you guys are going to be furious. He complains about how he was approached at dinner when he was eating by media. I was on the fence when I heard all these interviews from yesterday, but now I'm not. Oh, that phone call has me like sick. Yeah, why is it such a burden? Like, God forbid the media wants to talk to you and raise awareness about your missing wife.
Oh my God. God forbid, one comment.
The friend had a major sense of urgency at the end there. Like, the friend was like, listen, you treat this shit like Pokemon motherfucking Lynette, and you get out there and you find your wife. He should not have had to say those things. Okay, so now let's go into, gosh, that was wild. Okay, we're gonna start here. We're just gonna watch all the ones I saved. Here we go. Buckle up.
This morning, Brian Hooker is speaking out after Bahamian authorities released him from custody without pressing charges in his wife's disappearance.
What was it like being in police custody, knowing that the search was still ongoing for your wife?
It was hell. It was a different chapter of hell and a giant hell that I'm in.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have.
Oh, I can't with him.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
Boo-hoo. This is wild already.
The search was still ongoing for your wife.
It was hell. It was a different chapter of hell and a giant hell that I'm in.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
The wife?
She belongs with me. Hooker, who plans on staying.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife.
He's looking around. I don't have the wife. Where is she? Why are you looking up, dude? Oh my God, this is terrible.
Chapter of hell and a giant hell that I'm in.
You're still in it.
Yes, I don't have a wife. She belongs with me.
Hooker, who plans on staying in the Bahamas, overcome with emotion as he returns to searching for his wife.
My only focus is to go back to the boat and then hire or beg people to help me go find some areas to search.
Is that what's next for you?
That's what's next for me until my visa runs out.
And in a new audio recording, Hooker opening up for the first time about what he says happened in the immediate moment.
Look how happy he is to be out.
Audio recording, Hooker opening up for the first time about what he...
Look at him. I'm free.
He says happened in the immediate moments his wife Lynette was lost at sea after falling overboard on their dinghy more than a week ago.
She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow. She had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her.
This conversation with friends recorded the day before he was arrested. Hooker recalling how he immediately lost sight of her.
The wind blew us apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat.
Yeah, but remember he said he saw her swimming at a right angle? Another inconsistency.
I yelled to her that I lost an oar, and I threw the anchor out and anchored the dinghy, and I yelled. I couldn't see her anymore.
The 58-year-old claiming he tried to rescue her. What was the last thing that you remember saying to each other?
This is disturbing.
Without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing investigation, I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now as best I can.
We asked Brian.
All right. Can we talk about the hands? Can we talk about the hands? You guys might say I'm petty, but watch his hands.
Without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing investigation, I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job.
He's a known choker. He's a known choker. Remember? He choked out his daughter. He wasn't convicted, though. But Carly, his stepdaughter, witnessed him choke his daughter. He's a choker. My one job. Watch.
My one job was...
Now notice the question he's asked, okay? Oh, remember also her mom said he pinned her down on the bench in the yacht. Remember the wood bench. Watch. The question was, what was the last thing that you said to each other? Yeah, I don't know if they confiscated his watch. Probably. They're probably investigating his watch. What was the last thing you two said to each other? Okay? Think about it. That last thing you two said to each other. And look at his reaction. He doesn't tell him the last thing they said to each other. Listen to what he says.
You remember saying to each other.
Without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing investigation, I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened.
My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. That wasn't the question. The question was, what's the last thing you remember saying to one another? Did she say stop? Did she say help? What the fuck did she say to you? He answers questions by not answering the questions without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing investigation. I had one job. One job. He's a choker. Watch that again.
I couldn't see her anymore.
The 58-year-old claiming he tried to rescue her.
What was the last thing that you remember saying to each other?
Without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing investigation, I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now as best I can.
We asked Brian Hooker if he has spoken with Lynette's daughter or her mother since his release. He says that he has not, reiterating his sole focus is on finding Lynette.
What are you doing to find Lynette? What? Yeah, they don't want to talk to him. He doesn't want to say what her last words were because it was probably help, stop, no. What are you doing? Stop it, let go. I don't know. His sole focus is on finding Lynette. Okay, so let's move on. We've got a couple more. See, this came out in clips, which is messed up. So here's another one with him and his lawyer. Here we go. Oh, this is him being released. Okay.
Do you want me to go over there?
Oh, thank you, Wayne.
Thank you for your support.
The evidence is stacking up and it's not in his favor. The world's dumbest murderer can't claim dementia. Nope. Nope, he sure can't. Thank you, Wayne, for your support.
What do you want to tell people who think you're responsible for your wife's disappearance?
Brian, anything to say?
No comments.
Brian, just...
Okay, this is a clickbait. It says he discusses the disappearance. No, more like the media asked him. And his lawyer says no comment.
Any message you want to send about finding your wife?
Brian, how are you doing right now?
How are you feeling?
Oh, so much for your support.
Brian,
I'm
please
sorry.
say you're still being looked at as a suspect. What do you say to that?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any message for anyone?
Thank you all so much. No comments. Lynette's mom and daughter have
Unbelievable. He's literally smiling. Like I see like a dimple. Like, do you guys see that? He's literally like grinning. So he wasn't arrested. He was detained. His wife, according to him, fell off a dinghy, which is a small boat. If you want to send an email, you can email me. I just put it in the chat. But anyways, he was detained for 5 days, and then they had to either charge him or let him go. And apparently they're still investigating, so they let him go. They didn't charge him yet, but they say they're still investigating.
Anything at all to say, Brian? Brian, just any message about finding your wife. Any message about finding your wife.
Look at this guy. What could you possibly have to smile about? I literally can't with him. Oh, thank you, Pines. You're so generous. Thank you. Instead of searching, he is re-outfitting the boat to accommodate a one-man operation. Steer and auto anchor without Lynette. I don't think there is a mistress. I think he is planning an escape. Huh. I think that there's something behind him saying that the airport was closed on Easter. It's like, what? Maybe he's happy to go out and find her. Okay. Oh my God, the girl driving. Look at the girl driving. Watch. She's like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. Watch. Look at her. She's like, I'm on Fox News. Yeah, I'm sorry. How was he going to fly without a passport? Well, that's why I'm saying I think he stashed the passport, or he could have stashed the passport, and then, went to retrieve it on Sunday thinking he was going to catch a flight, and he woke up. I don't know. Even his eyes are smiling. Awesome thinks he's innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, in a court of law, but we're not in a court of law, right? We're just judging what we know. He's going to go to the embassy, get some kind of replacement documentation, get the fuck out of here is what's going to happen. Oh, Sparky. Well, he said if she doesn't come back, he's selling the boat. Okay, let's move on. The next one is NBC News. Here is a clip of an interview.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife? Of course. What did you say to them? I said I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette, and I want to find Lynette.
Okay, well, those are lies because we know that he's harmed her before. Whether it was, mutual. You know what I'm saying? They both were fighting with each other, but we know that that those are all lies, sir. I'm sorry. Where's my bullshit button? I'm giving it to him and you, political.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
He's choked out his own daughter. He's choked out his wife. God knows I'd love to talk to the ex-wives. He's got two of them. Come on.
Tonight, Brian Hooker is a free man.
Sorry, no comments.
Speaking out just hours after Bahamian authorities released him from custody. He faces no charges, but investigators tell us he remains a suspect in the disappearance of his wife, Lynette, who vanished more than a week ago.
Police still look at you as a suspect. Why do you think that is? I think some of it is probably the media attention, which is understandable. The faster they get it out of the way, the more police can come and help search.
Hooker says Lynette fell from their dinghy in unpredictable seas.
That is. I think some of it is probably the media attention.
So you think you're a suspect because of the media attention? Okay. Hey, Remy. Yeah, you're a suspect because of the media attention. Because that's how it goes. It's nothing's ever his fault. 857 senior.
Which is understandable. The faster they get it out of the way, the more police can come and help search.
The more they get it out of the way, the police can come search. What are you talking about? The media has nothing to do with the police searching or not.
Hooker says Lynette fell from their dinghy in unpredictable seas, but his attorney advised him not to discuss the details.
If there's anything you can share about Easter weekend that you remember. I cannot share anything. I don't want to take a chance that anything could interfere with the search. I welcome any attention, anything that helps me further my goal of finding Lynette.
I also asked him about reports he and Lynette have had a volatile relationship.
What do you want people to know about your marriage with Lynette? I want people to know that Lynette is my life, and we have been together almost half my life, and we belong to each other.
Hooker telling me he plans to
and we belong to each other.
Hooker telling me he plans to keep searching for Lynette.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her in 25 years for this long. She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop. And Jesse,
what did he say?
For this long, she wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
She wouldn't what? He does. He lets out that cough, huh? Good catch.
In 25 years.
I can't wait for body language experts. See this? What would Krish tell us? What does this mean? Hey, Bloomy. We don't hear it very often, Rollins. It's very disturbing.
In 25 years, for this long, she wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop? Is that what it is?
She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
And Jesse, it's been 10 days since his wife, Lynette, who is also a mother, has been missing. He says he's going to keep looking for his wife, but what about the official search?
Tom, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force tells me it is looking to suspend its search for Lynette Hooker by Thursday. The reality is they are simply running out of viable places to look. Tom.
We thank you for watching.
So in that area, if we look at the map, which we looked at before, that area is not very big. So if they're searching and they're like, and you're going to find out that they've stopped searching, by the way. But we're going to get to that. The next one is going to be a little bit longer. This is Brian Hooker, husband of missing woman in Bahamas, tells CBS, I won't be able to stop looking. This is the longer one.
CBS News just spoke to the husband of a Michigan woman who disappeared on a boat ride in the Bahamas 10 days ago. Brian Hooker was released from police custody without being charged. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavidez is live from Freeport, Bahamas, and joins us to talk about it. So, Christian, what did he tell you?
Vlad and Kelly, good morning. Well, look, he had a lot to say, but he couldn't get to it because his attorney cut the interview short. We had a lot of questions for him. We asked him 3 very important questions in between our conversation with him. Just to give you a little backdrop on how exactly we got to this interview, we had agreed to an interview at some point today. And then we got a phone call early this morning that said the interview has to happen at this very moment because Brian Hooker is going to leave the area where we are in right now. And so within very short notice, we quickly were able to get something set up. We spoke to him, but we only spoke to him for about 6 minutes before his attorney said that he couldn't get into certain aspects of the investigation. Here is some of the interview, and we'll talk about it on the other end.
I want to. My goal is to go back and speak with the Hopetown Fire and Rescue volunteers, the search and rescue volunteers. They have been, I believe, still looking whenever they can, but even while I have been detained by the Royal Bahamian Police Department. I was speaking with a volunteer the day that I was detained to go out on one of their boats. They were going to take off work and take me searching some more areas. I won't be able to stop looking.
You want to keep looking for Lynette?
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
The hell does that mean? Are you going to continue looking for Lynette? I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop. That doesn't even make sense.
Can you explain to me? You've seen the attention this case has had.
And more like I've heard about it. I have not looked at the news or any social media since the day before the accident, because my sister flew in to support me and said
it's getting terrible out there. And then I went.
Dude, your sister didn't fly in until freaking Tuesday. Tell me you weren't looking on social media. Look at you. Look at those. Come on. Those eyes.
What the fuck, Jay?
Went to dinner one night after searching and
Wait, you went to dinner one night after what?
dinner one night after searching.
Oh, after searching. You went to dinner one night. Are you worried about the fact that Lynette hasn't had a dinner in 3 days? Or however long it's been now. I went to dinner one night. Listen how inconvenienced this motherfucker was at dinner.
I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
Really? You're dining out? You're dining out? Oh my God, he does have big hands. He's bigger than I imagined. Like seeing when he was walking out, I'm like, damn, he's a big dude. Listen. You're too damn old, Jay.
What the fuck, Jay?
He's dining out. Motherfucker didn't even get takeout. Motherfucker didn't even get takeout and take it back to the boat. He's all sitting at a restaurant. I wonder if he had a drink. I'd love to know what he ordered. What did he feast on? How did he pay for it? I have questions. Wayne says, and thank you for your super chat, Wayne. I hate to step into the mind of Brian, but has the option of land been considered misdirection? Is a murderer's best friend? That's what I'm saying. What if nothing even happened in the water? What if nothing even happened in the water?
Terrible out there. And then I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
Oh, poor baby. Come on, Nancy. Tell him how sorry we feel. Boo-hoo.
That freelancer was our CBS News producer who had tracked down Brian Hooker for us and asked him if he had anything to say about the ongoing search. You've seen that video.
Oh, that's funny. So is that why he sat down with CBS? Because their freelancer in the Bahamas tracked his ass down at a restaurant? Was he alone? What did he order? Oh, I need to know. By the way, have you guys hit the like button yet? Please do so if you have not. Right, how the fuck did he pay for the card? He had no SIM card. How's he paying for the food? He's all wet. He washed up to shore. Well, you know, they announced that it was his sister, and he said his sister was there, and they wanted to clear up in the media that it wasn't a woman, or the woman he was with was his sister. Oh, Penny, thank you so much for your PayPal. My stash of Coke Zero, you know I'm always low on Coke Zero. Thank you so much, Penny. Yeah, so we need to know a little more about this dinner. So maybe Ashleigh Banfield will find out the dinner that he ate at and get some answers.
Video on our platforms. Importantly, the things that we did not get to ask him about. What happened on the dinghy? What happened that night? Because his attorney, again, cut the interview short. We did ask him a number of important questions. Among them, if he believes that Lynette is still alive. He said that he does, and he goes into what he wants to do next. So we'll have clips of that interview throughout the day on all CBS News platforms.
Okay, so that's what, see, they're putting out clips. So we literally have to go to their YouTube and go to the videos because they're just putting out, it's weird. Like, just put it out in its entirety. Okay, here's 6 hours ago. Here's another one. We're just going to have to watch the clips.
All right, the husband of a Michigan woman who's been missing at sea in the Bahamas says he's not leaving the country as he continues searching for his wife. Brian Hooker was held by police for 5 days before he was released without charges. Monday, Christian Benavidez brings us more from Freeport.
You want to keep looking for Lynette.
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Brian Hooker says he wants to return to the water to search for his wife Lynette, who disappeared the night of April 4th. Brian says the 55-year-old fell off their dinghy in rough water while they were sailing in the Bahamas.
Do you believe that Lynette's still alive?
I do. I believe I've been told that people have lasted in the Bahamas after falling overboard for days and even weeks. There are so many islands. Of course, you think about alternatives to that, but I'm not really capable of just turning away from this.
Brian was arrested last week, but released Monday night without charges. Police say they are still investigating the incident. Search and rescue teams now consider this a recovery mission. The husband and wife have been boating together for more than a decade and documenting their adventures on social media.
Whoa, that's a big one.
Lynette's family said the couple's relationship wasn't always as happy as it looked online. Messages from 2024, obtained exclusively by CBS News, reveal Lynette was anxious about their relationship at sea, saying it was real bad. I can't be out there with him. But Brian told us the two made a great team.
What was it like to sail together?
Fantastic. We're more like co-captains.
See, and they chop these up and then you lose the context, which I hate. I wish they just post the whole thing, but let's watch this part again.
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
The poll? Oh, I'm sorry. Did the question not get there? Okay, so what is giving you the biggest red flag? Sorry. His timeline, the interviews, the lack of items found, or all of the above? I'm sorry, I messed that up. The question is, what gives you the biggest red flags? Sorry. And let's go over the previous poll. Do you believe Brian Hooker's story? No. Something feels off. 76%. Hold on.
Come here, kitty.
You guys want to see my kitty? This is Mama's. She doesn't come around a lot. She likes to wander and stuff, but she's my buddy. Say hello to Mama's. She was a stray after a hurricane, and she instantly became part of our family. And she's like the bestest. So palette cleanser, pause out. Pause out for Mama's. Say bye, Mamas. She's not going to have it much longer. Hey, niece. Good to see you. Do we know what time she was last seen? She's very, very sweet. Like, she's forever grateful. You can just tell. Pause out. Hey, Maureen. Good to see you. I know. You know what I'm doing, you guys? Little palette cleanser here. So over here in this corner, beyond this shelf, I know you can't see it. Here, I'll show you. We'll do a little sneak peek because I'm doing some renovations in the studio. And I want to... oh, you can't see it. Shit. Okay, so anyways, over here in this corner, and you'll be able to see it soon, it's going to be the little kitty cove. I'm painting the little wall next to her thing pink. She's got a new little table. She's got a cute little dish that looks like an ice cream cone. So we're going to have the kitty cove, and I'm going to put little paw marks on the wall in white. It's going to be so cute. So you guys will have like different cam angles. I'll be able to show kitty corner and doggy cam. We're going to have, I'm working on it slowly but surely. Gray Russian. Oh, I love calicos. I had a calico. My daughter has her now. Oh, Chester, I'm so sorry for your loss. Chester's mom. My mom passed a few weeks ago, and I took her kitty in, who's 15. Aw, that's so sweet. I'm glad you have her cat. You've been on Lake Huron with them? You know them, Awesome? Wait. Awesome. You know these people from Michigan? Yeah, the dogs do like her. I'm confused, Awesome. You didn't say that before, that you knew them. Do you want to call in? I know they are cool, Bridget. I didn't grow up with cats either. The Kitty Cove. A summer cam. I know. I've got shit all over her chair right here, so she's not been in here. She's mad at me. I've decluttered the studio, and I've got it all sitting on this chair. I need to put it in a bin or something. The cozy cone. Don't call it the hot pocket, like Stacy. Sparky Donna says guilty. No, I feel kind of sad. Feels like y'all are kind of bashing him. No, we just kind of are analyzing what's going on here. His story doesn't add up, you know. When were you on Lake Huron with them? Because they lived on Lake Michigan. So when were you on Lake Huron with him? I've never heard of them being on Lake Huron, just Lake Michigan, or did they go all the way around? I don't know what they've done in Michigan. Maybe another day. David Hunt. I don't know who that is. But if you know these people, why aren't you worried about Lynette?
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Doesn't like the daughter from prior comments. Oh, she's a troll. The Cooter Corner, that's cute. They go around Rogers City too, all around the bridge. Okay. I awesome. Listen, they might not be lying. That makes sense. I've been to Rogers City. I know where Rogers City is. If you look at Michigan, Rogers City is up here at the top. Okay. So if you start out on the west side, this is where Lynette and them lived, Grand Rapids. You would go all the way around. This is Rogers City and around to Lake Huron. I'm believing Awesome. That I do believe. You are all really bashing him. I think he's guilty too. But yesterday, Jay, you were really upset because some people on another channel were saying bad things about you. We're all human. No, I was upset that they're lying about me. There's a difference. So you expect us to just sit here and believe all the conflicting stories and go, you know, we're just going to ignore that. No. I know. Why are you yelling at me, Paul? And those were people that I thought were friends. It's total apples to oranges. I don't know this guy. So I don't know what he's like. But I can tell you that his friends were sus of him. I don't know, Ark. But I don't need to be yelled at. I have a headache as it is. I don't want to fight either, Awesome. I don't care what you think. I mean, think what you want. The poll question is, what's your biggest red flag? If you don't have any red flags, don't vote.
Brian Hooker says he wants to return to the water to search for his wife Lynette, who disappeared the night of April 4th. Brian says the 55-year-old fell off their dinghy in rough water while they were sailing in the Bahamas.
Do you believe that Lynette's still alive?
I do. I believe I've been told that people have lasted in the Bahamas after falling overboard for days and even weeks. There are so many islands. Of course, you think about alternatives to that, but I'm not really capable of just turning away from this.
Brian was arrested last week, but released Monday night without charges. Police say they are still investigating the incident. Search and rescue teams now consider this a recovery mission. The husband and wife have been boating together for more than a decade and documenting their adventures on social media.
Whoa, that's a big one.
Lynette's family said the couple's relationship.
Okay, we watched that. Hang on a second. Man, you guys need to calm down in the chat. Calm down in the chat. I don't think we need to argue over this. The bottom line is the woman's missing. No one knows where she is. He was the last one to see her. He can't even tell us the last thing they talked about. I'm not believing his story. Okay? I'm not believing his story. He gaslit his stepdaughter. I don't like that. She came out and told her truth about what she had to witness when he choked out his daughter. She's in 3rd grade and she had to testify in court. Are we just going to ignore that too? And then he comes out and says, through his lawyer, she's on medication. He's using the SIM card thing as an excuse because he didn't call for help. I can't call Bahama numbers. That's why. Is it possible they were drinking and she got on the dinghy and before you know it, she fell off? But I don't know why he wouldn't come out and say that. Right. Why all these conflicting stories? She definitely had life insurance. Her daughter said so. She worked for AT&T. Paul, I don't know why you're acting like that, but everybody's always welcome to their opinions here. Always has been, always will. Do you know which phone he had with him? I think he said he had his phone, though. But he had no SIM card, remember? Thank you for subscribing, Tracy. I mean, Paul, find a more fair chat. We're just talking about what is in front of us and what we're seeing. So the fact that he doesn't have SIM cards and there's not one in either phone. Okay, now we're going to go to Miss Ashleigh. Hopefully Ashley and Lindsay are having a productive day in the Bahamas. Our friends Ashley and Lindsay from Drop Dead Serious are in the Bahamas, boots on the ground, flip-flops on the ground. And just as you can defend this guy, we can criticize this guy. It goes both ways. So no need to scream, no need to cuss, no need to fight. But we've got Ash and Lindsay in the Bahamas. Let's listen.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. Welcome to Elbow Key. This is Hopetown Harbor.
So they're on Elbow Key or K. Elbow Key, K. I don't know what it is.
Elbow Key is in the Abacos Islands. It would be quite a bit north of Nassau, Bahamas, where most people know where Atlantis is. And, most people fly into Nassau. I've had a really long journey to get here today because I felt like I needed to be here to ask some critical questions about what happened to Lynette Hooker. Brian Hooker was arrested and spent the better part of 3 or 4 days in detention on Grand Bahama Island, which is not far from here. But he was released because it seems they don't have enough information or evidence to hold him and charge him. And you only have a finite amount of time to charge somebody. You can't hold him forever. And so the 72-hour extension expired last night at 8 o'clock and he was released. So I got here and went right to Marsh Harbor because that is where Lynette and Brian had a mooring ball and where their yacht Soulmate is still anchored. Okay, so I'm going to show you the yacht floating there, almost ghost-like, with all of its life still appearing as though someone lives on that yacht. But it's closed up. And I do know that the police were there today, that they are going every day. I've actually spoken with police. I saw the police.
She spoke with the police and saw the police.
Talking. And so there's activity. But as for a crime scene, that's a different story. You're going to hear later exactly what that boat represents right now to the Royal Bahamian Police Force. Also, I have this incredible boat captain named Ronnie Duncan, who took me all throughout Marsh Harbor and showed me the ins and the outs, where Lynette and Brian were moored, where the Conch Inn was in relation to the boat, because that's the place they used for their services. And he also drove me all the way from Marsh Harbor over here to Elbow Key, because this Elbow Key is where Lynette was last seen alive. It's where they spent the day drinking and having fun.
Awesome says you can also mock GPS with androids to give the phone a mock location. What does that mean? Are you saying he could have done that?
Before they got in their little tender to go out to their sailboat. Now, behind me is Hopetown Harbor. This is not where they were anchored. They were anchored further down that way, and I'm going to take you there tomorrow. I'm going to retrace their entire route tomorrow. Captain Ronnie's going to take me all throughout this area of Elbow Key. By the way, Captain Ronnie has a couple things to say about Brian Hooker's story, because Captain Ronnie's from here. Captain Ronnie is a captain here. Captain Ronnie was out on the water at 7 o'clock at night on April 4th, the exact time.
Okay, so the guy that they're going to ride with was on the water at the exact time. So when it gets to where we're going to listen to Captain Ronnie, I'm going to put it on regular speed so we can hear him.
Boo-hoo.
I don't know how to mock location. I don't know what that even means. Enable developer mode. Sideload an app like mock GPS. I never even heard of that. I don't have an Android, though. I have an Apple. Okay, here we go. So this guy was on the water that night. Let's hear what he has to say.
That Brian Hooker says the seas were rough and I just lost her in the wind and the current. He's got something to say about that. Wait until you hear him. Something else you should know. I wanted very specifically to do this video at 7:30 p.m. local time, and that's exactly the time, 7:30 p.m. This is the time that Brian and Lynette Hooker apparently left the Abaco Inn, where they had been drinking most of the day and having fun and enjoying their lives, which all these sailors do. This was the time, and the sun has just sort of set beyond the horizon, and it may look like it's light out. It is getting dusky. And as a boater myself, I also know that this would be a time I would actually put on my running lights. Even though you can see it's still just a little gray. It's the time where the horizon and the water start looking more like the same color. And so if you're in a small dinghy, if you're in any boat, this is the time you'd start to put your running lights on. A lot of people would. And so, to my knowledge, that 8-foot dinghy, I don't think it had running lights. Most 8-foot dinghies don't have running lights. And so I could see them having to book it, because Brian and Lynette, after finishing up their fun day here on Elbow Key, had about a 10 to 15 minute tender ride out to where their yacht was actually anchored. It was not on a mooring ball here. I have learned the place where it actually was. I'm going to take you there. But they had about a 10 to 15 minute ride in their little putt-putt. It's about a 2-4 horsepower. I mean, really.
So a 10 to 15 minute drive from the restaurant to the main boat. I didn't even know that phones had physical SIM cards anymore. Like, my phone has an eSIM. Do you know what that means? It means that there's no physical SIM card. So did their phones have... We have a Cooter chat from White Lotus.
Thank you for the year to old Jay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you want to send a Cooter chat, it goes straight to me. It's read out loud, and it bypasses YouTube's percentage. Line Dancing says, another local boater interviewed by Ashleigh said that the dinghy could have been operated without the key by holding the tab in. You still have a physical one. Okay. Your Android has both. I don't know anything about it. I don't leave the country, so. I have a physical. Crazy. Okay, let's keep going.
The thing does not go very quick. Not on a mooring ball here. I have learned the place where it actually was. I'm going to take you there. But they had about a 10 to 15 minute ride in their little putt-putt. It's about a 2-4 horsepower. I mean, really, the thing does not go very quickly. Effects. And it's about the size of a big bathtub, you know. So That's what a lot of these yachts that anchor out there use. And they're basically just to get into shore, because you throw down in the middle of the harbor, but you got to get in to all the fun. And let me just turn this around so you can see there's like a little restaurant. You might even be able to hear some of what's going on behind me, but look at how lovely that is. There are people in there having fun, and drinks and food. And this is just one area at the Hopetown Inn and Marina where I'm staying. By the way, it's really, really nice. It's gorgeous. And they didn't sponsor this, so I'm not saying that for any other reason than it is really, really nice. In any case, I wanted you to see what 7:30 at Elbow Key looks like. This is what it looks like. And I would suggest total darkness, probably not for another half hour at least, maybe more. So I'm still wondering what this was all about. Brian was saying, oh yeah, we just had a couple minutes before, she just disappeared and it became dark. Let's say they left at 7:30 and they drove for 10, 15 minutes, 45. I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to let you know what exactly happens with daylight here at Elbow Key. But I want to take you through the journey just to get here and how kind of remote we are in terms of how difficult it is to get from mainland USA to where I am right now on Elbow Key. Here's how the journey went all day. I have to tell you about Honey Love, because this is one of those products that actually delivers on.
Okay, here we go.
Where NASA is located, and NASA is where most people fly in internationally. If you know the Bahamas, New Providence has Lyford Key on one end and Atlantis and Paradise Island on the other end. I'm kind of over closer to Lyford Key in the airport. This is what it looks like where I am right now as I wait in between flights. I'm not at the airport. I actually just scooted out to a place called Blue Sails. I've been here a bunch of times. My brother lives here, so I visit him every so often. But it's a nice restaurant right on the ocean. I mean, look how beautiful this is. It's just gorgeous here. And since we're only like 5-10 minutes from the airport, I figured it's a good place to kick around for the 3-4 hours in between my flight from Fort Lauderdale to Nassau, and then I'm headed to Marsh Harbor. It's directly north of here. It's going to be a really quick flight, like I think maybe 30-40 minutes up to Marsh Harbor. And then I'm going to meet up with Captain Ronnie. And Ronnie's going to take us out into Marsh Harbor, particularly out in the area, in the mooring area where the Conch Inn is located, because the Hookers actually rented a mooring ball at the Conch Inn, and they would hook up to the mooring ball and kind of make that a home base, and they would use the Conch Inn for its resort services, the pool and the resort, etc. So Ronnie's going to drag me around in the boat, and we can at least see if the Soulmate yacht is still there. I don't know what Brian Hooker did after being released yesterday, but it was past 8 o'clock at night. I don't think there's a whole lot of ways to get from Grand Bahama Island over back to Marsh Harbor, so he might have had to do that this morning. And I don't know if he's going to get on that Soulmate yacht and get the hell out of Dodge, but that's his home. But it's a long way to sail back to Florida, and who knows if that's where he'd want to go anyway. You're not any safer if you go to the United States, but it is a... oh, little bird. Aw. He's rescued that little bird. A little bit of...
Oh, there's Lindsay. We love Lindsay. She's like, oh, poor little bird.
Breaking news. Oh, hi, buddy. Yeah. He'll get his wits back about him. Poor little guy. How about that happening? Anyway, Marsh Harbor is a flight from Grand Bahamas where he was being held in a detention facility. And, you got to either take a flight or you got to take a long ferry back over to Marsh Harbor. But that's where the Soulmate was moored when he was arrested. So anyway, it's hard to be here and not be on vacation. Damn. I'd really love to get in a bathing suit and, go and enjoy. But I will say this. Lindsay and I at least decided to spend, say hi, Lindsay, to spend our 4-hour layover at Pindling Airport in Nassau having a mojito at Blue Sails. All right, so we'll see you when we get to Marsh Harbor. And maybe I'll show you a little of the flight on the way over.
It's located where? Please be reminded that smoking is not permitted for the duration of this flight. It is Bahamas' policy that while seated, you keep your seatbelt securely fastened to prevent injury due to unexpected turbulence. Heading over. Once the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, complimentary water can be made available upon request by pressing your call button. Please sit back.
Y'all, they're taking us on the whole ride. I love this.
And enjoy the show.
Lindsay's in her 30s. Lindsay can speak for herself.
It's one of those little pedal jumpers that go between off. And we are headed north to Marsh Harbor. So we just landed here at Leonard Thompson International Airport. There it is, Marsh Harbor. It's real little. We're walking to the domestic arrivals. That's the little plane we were on. It's seen better days, that's for sure. Anyway, Lindsay and I are headed to the dock now. We're going to pick up with our captain, Captain Ronnie. He's a trip. He's a really cool guy. We're going to jump on his boat, and he's going to take us out to the mooring at Konkan where the hookers had their mooring ball. So here we go. Okay, made it. This is Marsh Harbor. This is Union Jack Dock. Right there, that's Ronnie. Captain Ronnie is going to take us out into the harbor. And I don't know my way around here yet. Super windy, so I'm putting the phone close. I don't know my way around here yet, but he's going to take us to where the Soulmate found its mooring ball just off the Conch Inn. Hey, Captain Ronnie, okay that I videotape you?
So we're going to take off. We're going to go find the Soulmate, which is, from my glass of knowing, it's just up in that vicinity over there.
So those are all mooring balls over there? And he had one of those?
He's got, the boat is on a mooring, but it's around the Konkan Marina. So in that direction is where the Konkan Marina is at. So we're going to go up there and we're going to see if we can find it.
Okay, great.
Now, I did hear word that he's not here.
Did he pick up and leave?
Not that he left, but I heard word that he wasn't, word was that he was still in Freeport. I don't know.
And what about the boat?
That's right, I don't see now.
All right, we'll go check. Thank you.
You're with me to go see right now.
All right.
So as we're ready, you ready, OJ? All right, so let's cast off.
Okay, everybody, hop aboard onto the cooter boat. We're going for a little ride.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Feel free to be out here in the back of the cockpit because we're going to go up and actually anything.
Okay, thank you. All right, so listen, I'm finding this out
Since we're vertical, I'll go full screen too.
As we go, and this is super helpful that Ronnie's going to take us because I know jack about Marsh Harbor. And thank you, OJ, as well. We appreciate the help.
Love them.
All right, so when we get going, I'll come back on.
It's a catch.
It's 46 feet?
Yes, ma'am. And this is the very boat this is it. This is Soulmate.
That's it?
Well, they said near the Konkan. However, it's more near to Marsh Harbor Marina. But that's okay. It's here in Marsh Harbor.
That's their boat, y'all.
It's just...
That's the Soulmate. Do you guys think that something bad happened on the Soulmate? Oh, it's so sad. Look there's Lynette's aloe. On her Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube shorts, Lynette was very proud of her aloe plants that she grew there on the boat. She had several videos of her aloe, and you can see the big aloe on the ledge there. Like she showed when it was just a baby. But yeah, it's not as big. It's not really a yacht. It's like a big sailboat, right? Like Kid Rock's yacht is like a yacht. Like this is a big sailboat. Cooter canoe, no dinghies allowed.
So sad looking at it. It's up close. It just feels like there was just such a happy, potential future with two people who had sold everything to sail.
And another thing that's really sad is like that's her whole life. Yeah, there's the upgraded solar panels, remember? She wanted to have a house in Michigan and a house in Florida. She ended up investing everything into the Soulmate. Yeah, I wonder who made it, who came up with the Soulmate, both of them or?
Now here it is. It's sort of eerie being this close to it, actually.
So there's a better look. There's the extra solar panels that they invested in. I mean, just all her things, all the stuff, And like he said, I can't go on this boat anymore because everything about it was her. Do you guys remember that? And it's like, was Chris Watts the same way in his house afterwards? Do you guys remember him saying that? Put a 1 in chat if you remember. I'm going to look for that, where he said, I can't go back to that. He's like, everything cute, everything she made, it's all her. I can't, maybe this is it. Let's see.
25 knot winds. So after an hour of calling her, I could have never heard her voice. By the time I got the anchor set, I was probably a quarter to a half a mile away from her, and I decided I had to go get help. But I could not get to the island with one paddle. It was many hours until I landed on Marsh Island about 4 miles away. The cops got there like 4 in the morning, but they didn't get searched at 4:30. We didn't get rolled out until 5. And by then, she had been in the water for 8 hours, and by midnight, I was already freaking out. I landed in some crazy spot, like a movie. It was a little tiny 50-yard wide lagoon full of rocks, and I beached it. And the cops, of course, are there thoroughly investigating me right now. So they came and tied the dinghy up. I just got the dinghy back today, and got the boat back to the harbor from where the anchorage was. So I have to rig some switches so I can single-hand it back there and conduct my own searches. 25.
Okay, that wasn't it, but that was interesting to listen to anyways. All right, let's go back to Ashley. But this boat, they were searching it. Okay, they did search it. They searched it once, then they searched it after he was released. So God knows, what he did, if he cleaned it. I see something right here. Is that a beer can? Like, what is that? Oops. Look, even their buoy says soulmate on it. If you look here. I guess he moved it. I don't know, man. This is Marsh Island. But even the buoy right here says soulmate on it. I mean, there's so much rope. He could have, I'm not going to say that, but how will they ever know? Okay, maybe this is the clip. Hang on, let me play this one real quick.
I'm just here until I get her. That's basically the deal. I can't tell you I don't have to tell you what it's like to want to give up and not, but that was the craziest night drifting out in the Abaco Sea. Even I think my anchor dragged after I set it out. If these guys give up after Wednesday, I'm going back out. I'm going to drop the hook and I'm going to go in super close in my stupid dinghy until I find her.
That wasn't it either.
So I do not see the tender. Do you?
No, I don't.
What's the tender? I don't know what that is. She said, I do not see the tender. What is that?
The dinghy that
they
would use to get off of the boat and get into land.
Now, last words were, if I'm correct, and then also, just seeing off of TikTok, up into about 11 this morning, he was still in Grand Bahama.
You think he was? But his lawyer went back to Nassau. Yeah.
Right.
Which is why I wondered if maybe he might be coming back to his home. This is his home.
Oh, the dinghy. The tender is the dinghy. Oh, Tinder. I'm yelling Tinder. Okay, so his dinghy is not there. He's not there. The cops aren't there, but the cops were filmed by CBS on the boat earlier.
Home.
Right, this is his home. We'll go around.
So this is it.
This is the catch, 45.
That's soulmate.
Soulmate.
Does that look as though it's closed up or that he might have been on it?
Yes, ma'am. Doesn't appear at this point to say, it doesn't seem that anybody's been on prior or since. but it's definitely in a closed up looking state right now.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's the
ma'am.
mooring ball that they connect to, that they rent.
Yeah.
You know, you're safely anchored in this safe harbor.
And they're rated at 2,000 pounds, pretty much a ton. So yeah, they're for holding grounds in here. That's how they do it. Okay, so this island here is all Elbow Key, right? From what I know, this is the channel on the southern end of the island, what goes into the Abaco Inn Resort as well as into Sea Spray. Well, because of their boat being a catch with a certain amount of draft, they didn't take the boat into the main channel to go have drinks, appetizers, whatever.
Okay.
Too much of a draft. And this is common to boaters like that. So there's a popular anchorage just outside around the corner here, which from what the reports say, it shows that they were anchored somewhere kind of like in here. And that's just outside of the White Sound Channel to your left. Here's this island right here, Lover's Quarters.
Yeah.
So how do you pass and bypass
Floating.
all what happened in the vicinity there with your wife and whatever to say she went missing? But how do you bypass Lovers to get all the way over here to the main shore of what they call Calcutta, which is a boatyard? Calcutta.
How the fuck did he do that? Okay, hold on. Let's take a look. How did he go past Lovers? Okay, so here's Lovers. Okay, they're anchored over here. He says he floats west 4 miles. So he floated around here and then all the way over? Ah, watch that again.
To get all the way over here and bypass.
Floating.
They were anchored somewhere kind of like in here.
Okay, so if you look at this, if they were in this area and you go west, here you are. He would have had to go up this way.
And that's just outside of the White Sound Channel to your left. Here's this island right here, Lover's Quarters.
Yeah.
So how do you pass and
I think Lover's Quarters needs to be checked.
bypass
Floating.
all what happened in the vicinity there with your wife and whatever to say she went missing? But how do you bypass Lovers to get all the way over here to...
And she goes the opposite way? That's Lovers.
To the main shore of what they call Calcutta, which is a boatyard, Calcutta Creek.
Where would he have landed? Just point out where the landing was.
Right here. This is where he landed. Reports said he landed to 9 hours plus later.
Is that?
And that's where he ended up. I think that was the name of the island his friend said to check, wasn't it? We can go back and listen, though.
Fast.
Floating.
All what happened in the vicinity there with your wife and whatever to say she went missing. But how do you bypass Lovers to get all the way over here to the main shore of what they call Calcutta, which is a boatyard, Calcutta Creek?
Where would he have landed? Just point out where the landing was.
Right here. This is where he landed. Reports said he landed to 9 hours.
Yeah, this dude is not buying it. He's not. Heather's laughing. He is not buying it.
Oh my God.
Plus later.
Is that white all water?
Yeah, that's all.
So he'd have gone through that shallow water, land on that shore, and then walked over the yellow through the woods?
The yellow is the land. Yeah, that's how Garmin displays it.
And he said that he went through the woods. So can you show us how far he would have gone through the woods? Like, can you move the...
But I don't know what woods, because they say a security guard at the boatyard spotted him.
Oh. Yes, that's exactly what they said. What's the woods?
Saw him come in. However, there's no woods there at the Calcutta Creek, because when you land at the Calcutta Creek, it's all boatyard. It's paved. It's multiple boats, numerous boats, and it's a tarred road. Now, unless if they're getting it construed of the fact that maybe it wasn't exactly the boatyard, but in the Calcutta area.
Yeah. Well, he said he said he
Oh
walked
my
through a
God!
bunch
Hold on.
You know,
we have breaking news from NBC News. Thank you so much, Idaho. Brian Hooker has left. He says because his mother's ill. However, do you guys remember? Hold on, we'll get back to Ashleigh. Do you guys remember His stepmom said his dad was having strokes. Oh my God. His dad was having strokes and he wouldn't even call her back, but he's left the Bahamas. Breaking news. As we are sitting here on April 15th, 2026, he says his mom is very ill. Let's read this report. The husband of a Michigan woman who was reportedly swept out to sea in the Bahamas has left the country, according to his lawyer. Brian Hooker left because his mom is very ill, but he plans on returning to the islands, attorney Terrell Butler said. His attorney said Brian Hooker left on a commercial flight, but would not disclose his location. Officials are still searching for Brian Hooker's wife, Lynette. He told police that she fell off the dinghy while they were traveling. He said the wife has the keys to the dinghy when she fell, which caused its engine to shut off. He began paddling for hours before making it to the Marsh Harbor boatyard, where someone called the police. Hold on, let's watch this.
Hey everyone, breaking news. Brian Hooker has left the Bahamas, according to his attorney. His lawyer telling me exclusively that he left the Bahamas on a commercial flight. She wouldn't specify exactly where he is going, but she tells me it is because his mother is very ill. She stresses that he does plan on returning to the Bahamas. And remember, in my one-on-one interview with Brian Hooker yesterday, he told me that he plans on continuing to search for his wife, Lynette Hooker, by boat and even by air if he can hire a plane to do so in the area. But it appears that search, at least his search, is currently on hold. I'm going to read part of a statement his attorney shared with me. Quote, Mr. Hooker has departed the Bahamas to attend to a critical and deteriorating family situation in the United States. Following his release from custody without charge, Mr. Hooker is now facing another emergency, end quote. That statement also going on to say, in part, quote, in addition to the trauma of his wife of 25 years being missing, Mr. Hooker has received urgent word of his mother's grave illness. He has traveled to, and there's a typo here, but I believe it is her saying he has traveled to the United States of America to be at her bedside during this critical time.
They can't legally keep him there. I mean, let's face it. If he goes to the embassy, he can get the documentation to fly back. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel because I think it was Brian Enton, if I'm not mistaken. I can't even believe this. This guy looks like Ashton Kutcher. We got a Cooter chat.
All we need now is a white Bronco chase.
Pines, you're so funny. Thank you, Pines. Thanks for the Cooter chat. So, yeah, I mean, he's free to go. But I did hear on Brian Enton, he was talking to, I think it was a lawyer. She said that if he does come back to the States, because he asked him, I think we should go watch it real quick, that part, because I don't want to misspeak.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Can't believe he left. I mean, I can, but I can't. I seriously did not think that he would leave this quick. He's not even looking. He's not even looking. And we'll get back to Ash in just a second. But here, okay, so this was it.
All because he was furious.
And I want to thank Brian Enton's editor for not making us look at the bloody belly button and the nut sack, okay? We all saw it before. Lindsay made us look at it.
These nuts.
He trimmed it. But let's listen to what this person said. Hang on. Let me go to the transcript because he asked her, like, what if he leaves? And she said that the Bahamas will extradite. How do you spell extradite? How do you spell extradite? He doesn't care. Extradite. Okay. It just didn't look right. Huh, they don't talk about it? Maybe it's not this one. Hold on.
All because he was furious that her mom was teaching her creationism.
Oh.
And Brian Hooker was detained again December 2005 after his previous partner Elizabeth Hasseth called the Kentwood Police Department in Michigan to claim
his previous partner Elizabeth Hasseth. That's his ex.
Claim that he assaulted their homeschooled daughter. The charges were later dropped, so that didn't seem to go anywhere. But the actual police report seemed pretty serious, saying that he held the daughter up against a wall. But again, charges went nowhere. They were dropped. There was also the police report, which I told you in yesterday's episode from 2015. It was a domestic violence report between Brian and Lynette.
Okay, maybe it wasn't his show. It was a woman. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was now. Oh, thank you so much, Bo Bear. Did I miss the super sticker? Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker, Bo Bear. Thank you for the support today. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Do you guys, I didn't see it. I'll look for it.
Rough terrain to get to help. But, but you're right, it would be tricky to get up and over what did you call it, Lovers Island?
Lovers Island.
Yeah.
Lovers. It's called Lovers Quarters.
And the currents
Lovers,
pull you up and around?
Lovers.
There ain't no major currents like that. And I can tell you, I was out that particular day with my boss. We were out in this boat. Yeah, we had some winds, but they weren't crazy as how he made them sound.
This was on Saturday night, the 4th
He said it was not
April.
like that.
Right. We were out. We were out all day with my boss.
And what time of night were you guys out? How late?
We got done. Well, we also had dinner. Actually Saturday was, we did all day island hopping with our boss, and the boss told us no run for tonight because he was having dinner on Montage Key, so he did a grill out and stuff. So OJ and I got done. We were done like about 7:15ish or so.
So you were out at the same time?
We were out, and that's how I can tell you the condition.
Okay, so he was out and he said, no, it wasn't crazy like he said, but it was lawn crime. It was lawn crime.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
The lawn crime.
It was the first show we watched. The second half of that show with that guy right here is the lawyer. So let's see what happens now that we know he left. I didn't think it was pertinent before, but now we're gonna listen to this really fast because now he's left the country.
The cameras everywhere are going to be what is going to be the real evidence that either sinks him, forgive the pun, or allows him to come back to the United States and live his life.
Because I think of the situation he's in right now, and if he's telling the truth, I mean, what a nightmare for so many different reasons. But based off what he's told friends, it's unclear if he has his passport. His attorney says that she's not sure if he has his passport. But she says that he's going to stay. He says he's going to continue to search for Lynette. He got emotional today. He's not giving up. At the same time, there are situations where if a foreign country is looking at you for a charge, potentially as serious as murder, you want to get out of there. If he has his passport, like what would the advice be from an attorney about what he should do?
My advice would be to, period, okay? Anything you say can and will be used against you. Just stop. Stop texting with a friend. Stop conversing with the friends, all of those things, because you'll notice those friends have now given the recordings of the conversations and the text screenshots to media, to law enforcement. So all of his own words are going to hurt him. But then also, like I was saying about the forensics, I think that the points where you'll see where he is and isn't will be very important. Also, he doesn't necessarily need his passport to stay or leave. But the key issue here is, what is the lawyer going to say to the client?
She just said he doesn't need his passport to stay or leave.
Say all communications need to come through me. It's issue one. Issue two is stay put. Just stop. Just stop. And let me get all these things first. And then I'll make a decision once I'm educated on next steps.
Because I also think, to see him, and this is just kind of from the peanut gallery, which is what we are in the media, for better or for worse at times. But, we talked to his stepdaughter who said when he first called her after this, there was really no emotion, which she found was very odd. And then she had claimed that he even wanted to go back to the United States. And then she's like, why aren't you looking for my mom? And then now here he is kind of getting emotional, which is, to actually hear, I mean, we've heard recordings of him. His family has made some very strong allegations, which he denies based on the relationship. So for him to have an opportunity to speak, like that could go just in terms of public perception, but that doesn't determine whether or not you're going to be charged with murder. Another interesting part too is in the phone call with the friends. And to your point, this was a 45-minute conversation laying everything out. He said he fired 2 flares into the air.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem that anybody has seen a flare. And to my understanding with boating, like no one would mistake that for a firework. Like you see that is drop everything and go help someone. And I think that could be really key just in terms of piecing together this narrative. I can see why if.
Okay, here we go. We're going to get to the meat and potatoes and go back to Ashleigh.
That's the American point. But then the Bahamians can also have a charge and then extradite him.
Okay, listen to this. Here we go.
Where he was going, if that does not comport with what the wrist says or what the phone GPS monitoring says, he's got some explaining to do.
He sure does. And I think, too, if he were to go back to the United States, so let's say he has his passport and he leaves, and I know the Bahamian police, the U.S. Coast Guard's opened a criminal investigation. The Bahamians gave a statement to NBC saying that if he leaves and we find something, like, we'll just get him to come back. Like, is that how that works in those cases?
Yes. The United States can open up an investigation, as you just spoke about, because these are American citizens abroad and their crime has occurred. There's either the victim or the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator. That's the American point. But then the Bahamians can also have a charge and then extradite him, because the charges there are very similar to what our charges are. You cannot contest extradition when there's similar criminal justice systems. And we are both based, I mean, I'm talking anecdotally in the sense of 200 years, but we're both based on the English system. And of course, that's a broad statement. But by definition, our murder charges are going to be very, very similar. He can't contest that.
We don't have a body at this point, and we don't know if, and you would hope in a miracle that Lynette is hanging onto a tree on either a lot of islands on the Bahamas.
Okay, so that's the part I wanted to talk about, was that there's an open investigation with the Coast Guard, which Lindsay says the marshals would be on him. Don't know where he's going. Did he have to tell them where he was going? I don't know. Let's go back to this. This is crazy. This is wow. Brian Hooker has left the Bahamas and is going to an unknown destination because his mom is sick. Even though we heard his stepmother listen to his stepmom. What'd she say? What'd stepmom say? The fuck? You guys remember that? Right here.
He did what they think he did by pushing her out of the boat. He needs to tell the truth.
Anyways, this guy, his dad was having multiple strokes and she couldn't get in touch with him. He wouldn't call her back. 2 more strokes and he doesn't even show up. That says a lot about the character too.
He's had 2 others since then, and I've had no communication.
She says despite legal issues involving both Brian and Lynette, she never saw a violent side of her stepson.
Basically, I don't think Lynette and Brian should have been together. It just seemed like it got bad.
Ultimately, Donna still has more questions than answers about what happened on that boat and hopes the truth comes out.
Lynette should never be in that water, and he did what they think he did by pushing.
Yeah. She had to text him several times when his dad had multiple strokes and he never even responded. So we're expected to believe that he's leaving the Bahamas while Lynette's missing to go be at his mom's bedside. I'm not buying it.
We're nowhere near as he described, per se, even though I'm in a bigger boat versus them being in a little 8-foot dinghy. But it was nowhere near severe, per se, like that for her to fall over. And I mean, as quick as something like that would have happened, I mean, right in the, ain't no current, man. Trust me when I tell you that. I used to swim practice in that area. Ain't no current like that. Current significantly comes mostly when there's 2 bodies of land, masses of land so close together with a narrow passage, and the current will speed up. But typically here, no.
Let me ask you this. Go back to the spot where you said they anchored out from Elbow Key.
Right here.
Out the channel.
So White Sound Channel into the Abaco Inn. They were anchored out somewhere in.
And how rough is it once you get out the channel? If you're in that little 8-foot
the
dinghy.
winds being out of the east, right? They were close to the land because the anchorage is somewhat close. As you can see, a little anchor there.
Yeah.
Yeah, close in there. So the wind's blowing. You being that close to the land, you're somewhat in a lee. So you got some surface wind, but it's not even really. I can't tell you it's a 3-foot chop. No way.
Not a 3-foot chop.
No.
And he was saying it's 2 to 3 foot chop,
No
right?
way. No, he's talking ocean type chop, and this is considered to be the Sea of Abaco. It doesn't get that nasty in here per se, unless if it's a major blow, storm, a nor'easter, or something like that.
Isn't that a really long, isn't it a long way to go? Can you start at the Abaco Inn and then with your finger trace where they would have had to take that dinghy out to find their mooring?
Right. So the Abaco Inn is up here.
Okay.
All right. So they left out this channel. They gotta make a turn because the catch.
Okay.
Just keep your eye open. The catch is around this corner.
Okay.
So giving it a little more perspective, zooming out, that's the channel.
There's the
We're
channel.
coming out, we're
left.
gonna turn left. The boat is anchored somewhere just before the end, just where, like I say, this is a popular anchorage area.
Okay.
Other boaters, they're always out there to get a little protection from
That little dinghy goes about 2 to 4 miles an hour.
Yeah, and
how long would that take?
Not very long per se. Give or take maybe 10 minutes at tops.
10 minutes. And would there be a lot of boaters around there that might have been able to witness this happen?
Possible, don't get me wrong. Then again, it could have been very limited per se. I couldn't say for sure to say because we personally didn't traverse that area particularly that day for where we were with our boss. But just knowing the conditions in general, the conditions go for all around. And where we were, we're all in the Sea of Abaco. You know what I'm saying?
What is the law about a boat that is uninhabited? No one's on it. It's on a mooring ball. It's private property, but what's the mariner's law for boarding a vessel like that?
Well, it's private property, of course. Not that it's, in any case to say the mooring is public. I think
it's on a mooring,
yeah.
which probably gives it, it doesn't make it an abandoned vessel.
No.
If it's floating out there, it's an abandoned vessel.
Exactly, yeah.
And you could board it.
That's right.
Hi. I was wondering if you knew anything about your neighbor.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry.
So Ashleigh's doing all the things, right? Trying to get answers from this guy who's docked next to them. And this boomer, he don't want to talk.
Sorry, soulmate, over here. You've only been here how long? A little while, like a week. A week? Yeah. So you haven't seen him on board? Nobody it hasn't been lit up at night? Well, the police came by this morning.
Wow. So he's saying he ain't been there. Did you hear it? He said, no, she said, no one's been on board. Oh, I know. She's a boss. She is a boss. Gotta love her, man. So she said, you haven't seen him on board? And he says, just the police.
Been here how long? A little while, like a week. A week? Yeah. So you haven't seen him on board? Nobody it hasn't been lit up at night? Well, the police came by this morning. The police came by this morning? Yeah. What did they do? They looked around and they laughed. They got on board? Yeah. They did? How many were there? Did you see? I don't know, a handful, 5 or 6 maybe. 5 or 6? Yeah.
So 5 or 6 were on his boat. Hey, Potato. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Did they leave with anything? Did they have boxes?
They clearly were not happy with us watching.
Well, it's a little hard not to watch. It's out here, in a mooring, What do you think about that? What happened?
I'm just hoping she shows them.
Tell me what the defense force is. That's like the Coast Guard in the Bahamas?
Right. They guard our borders and illegal immigrants.
So we showed earlier the footage of them searching the boat. It's actually at the very beginning of this, and you'll see right here is the footage.
You are looking at new and exclusive video that...
See this? Why is he wearing a mask? Look at this guy. He's like And then we got this guy over here, and they've got a canine on there. If you missed it earlier, we went over this earlier.
Only Law and Crime has of police back at the sailboat of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Multiple.
There's the canine, and they're all over that thing. And look at this guy. He's like a marshal. See that? He's got his face covered, Lindsay. You can't see his face, right? He's like marshal or something, right? Or would that be Bahamas police?
Police raiding that boat along with a canine. Brian Hooker is free, but the mystery surrounding his wife's disappearance is far from a mystery surrounding his wife's. You are looking at new and exclusive video that only Law and Crime has of police back at the sailboat of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Multiple police raiding that boat along with a canine. Brian Hooker is free.
See, that guy was like standing outside while this guy was inside searching.
Exclusive video that only Law and Crime has of police back at the sailboat of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Multiple police raiding that boat.
See, they're inside there, and they've got the canine.
Along with a canine. Brian.
Crazy. Okay, there we go.
Would they be a part of this investigation?
Oh yeah, I would see them being a part of it because you know, maritime, and they're more like our maritime police anyway. So yeah.
Right.
But yeah, they're tying back up now. How would we? Let's see if I can get around the other side.
That's the police vessel that was out earlier today,
Yeah.
looking at Brian's boat.
And the lights are still on. They just pulled back in.
How often have they gone out to the boat? Do you know,
Not sure.
to search or to investigate?
Really not sure. See, and this being the Marsh Harbor side, we're located. We don't get to see a lot of this on the daily because we don't traverse this area. You'll see in my route when I'm taking you to Hopetown, but Montage Key is in between Hopetown and Marsh Harbor. Oh, I could try to land on the side there. Just try to.
You can?
Yeah, I mean, hey, we could let them know we got a reporter. We possibly want to have a chat.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to talk to them if they'll talk to me. And they dock their police boat just on that inner berth, that gray one right there with the lights on.
Yeah.
And that's Royal Bahamian Police?
Yeah. They just came back from town.
Right.
I said, never saw her.
So if he got paperwork from the U.S. Embassy and is flying to another country, they'll know where he's going, right? Welcome back, Leo. So he's just leaving the boat. Okay. We've got a clip from Megyn Kelly, too. Oh, my God. Let's get through this.
So these are the Royal Bahamian Police that were out at the boat earlier today investigating, and they're just docked next to the equivalent of the Bahamian Coast Guard vessels. Let me see if I can't talk to him when he comes around.
Oh, before we continue, I just want to let you guys know we are 60 subscribers away from 130K. If you are not subscribed, please consider subscribing today. And let's reach that milestone. Thank you, guys.
Anything else to suspect?
Ashley found the right guy to show her around, didn't she?
All right. You straight?
Oh my God.
All right. be straight.
I love that. Lindsay.
Yeah.
No, that was the captain. He was singing, every morning there's a halo hanging from the corner of my girlfriend's four-post bed. The boat did not look like it was for sale. Ashley was just there yesterday. Hello, Lynn.
So we're now leaving Marsh Harbor behind us. And that's, of course, where we're just touring you around Soulmate and the other boats that are moored in there. And what we're doing now is we're heading out of the Marsh Harbor, protected.
Why is she so blurry?
Mooring, and we're heading across to Elbow Key. So starting to speed up a little bit.
So yeah, leaving Marsh Harbor, taking you to Hometown, where you're going to be staying. I'll point out one or two things for you as we get closer in a certain vicinity.
Okay, so to be clear, we've just come around from back there,
yes,
which was the safe harbor, and now we're coming around to the right.
Right.
And here's what's so critical. All the way up there, you can see, we've got to go all the way around that before we can see Elbow Key, and he would have floated how many miles?
What? There's no way.
Had no oar, or he had a broken oar, and he floated all night.
Right.
How many miles would he have floated?
Well, as to what he stated, I mean, he's way off in any case because it wasn't this side that he landed.
Right.
See, that's what I'm going to point out to you once we get so far up. There's two sides of Marsh Harbor.
Right.
We're on the more northern side. The southern side, the southeast side, around the corner, is where he made it into. Where I showed you earlier, the Calcutta Creek.
Yeah.
That's all Marsh Harbor as well.
How many miles do you think?
From where the boat was to say they were in that anchorage,
Yeah.
give or take 3.5 miles.
Would it have taken 9 hours to float all that way?
No.
No, right?
No.
Especially with the wind?
I swam that in 2 hours.
Oh my God, this is like a screen grab. He says, I swam that in 2 hours. She's like, would it take 9 hours? He's like, I swam that in 2 hours. Good afternoon, Santita Rodriguez. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining, hit the like button and consider subscribing. We are only 60 away from 130,000 subscribers. He's like, girl, I done swam that in 2 hours. Ashley's like, okay.
Anchorage?
Yeah.
Give or take 3.5 miles.
Would it have taken 9 hours to float all that way?
No.
No, right?
No.
Especially with the wind?
I swam that in 2 hours.
What?
I'm a swimmer. Yeah, we did a swim-a-thon from Marsh Harbor to that very Abaco Inn.
You swam that in 2 hours?
2 hours and 18 minutes.
And he's saying that it took his dinghy almost 9 hours.
Yeah.
From 7:30 at night till 4 in the morning.
Exactly, that's right. That's right.
In the wind, in the current.
In the current, that's right.
In a current or a wind strong enough to take the limit away from that.
And listen now. You see my compass? It's mostly in the easterly quadrant. Those winds have been pretty easterly all week during this time. They've been mostly in this easterly quadrant, so
what does that mean for the journey?
So you'll see the quadrant. Once we get around to that Hometown side, winds were typically basically like this the whole time. So look at the winds. Give it a push. The winds could have even given him a push from.
Would have been faster.
It would have been faster. Even if he was paddling along with a push of breeze and wave motion, because this is kind of like how it's been all week.
Would you say, Captain Ronnie, this is a very choppy seas? This is what, 1 to 2 footers?
This is about a 1 to 2 right now.
And he was saying it was 2 to 3 footers. foot
Negative.
that night.
That's right. It's been about like this.
And you were out there.
We
Saturday
were
night
out.
before.
We were out the whole day.
And it was not 2 to 3 feet.
No, not 2 to 3. I know 2 to 3.
That's very
Right now we're looking at about a 1 with an
Because one thing
occasional
he
possible
said-
2.
He said, I couldn't see her head. It kept disappearing. It's 2 to 3 foot seas.
That's bogus.
Bogus.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Ronnie straight up said that's bogus. He said bogus.
He said, I couldn't see her head. It kept disappearing. It's 2 to 3 foot seas.
That's bogus.
Bogus.
That's bogus.
Interesting.
It ain't like you're out there in the wild, deep ocean and
There's no scenario where you think everything he says could be.
What if he is telling the story because he was out in the wild, deep ocean? Did we ever think of that? I mean, it could be something on the land. But he said it's not like he was out there in the wild, deep ocean. What if he took the soulmate into the wild, deep ocean? Right? Maybe that's what he's describing.
Focus.
Hi, Cindy. He did talk about the cut. Mm-hmm.
that's bogus. It ain't like you're out there in the wild, deep ocean and
There's no.
So he's saying if you were out in the wild, deep ocean, then that could happen, right?
No scenario where you think everything he says could be true. That he couldn't get to her, that the current and the wind blew them away from
I
each
don't
other.
believe that. No. Currently moving that fast.
And then do you also
Damn, he's like straight up, I don't believe that. Current's not moving that fast.
think if what he says is true, would her body have been easily found or surfaced in one of these areas, whether it was lovers or whether it was
It
this
could
other
be.
here?
It probably should have been easily found in the event if so. Because, first of all, too, where the winds were blowing, her body would have ended up on a shoal of lovers, possibly around the shoreline, or further back to the shore of Marsh Harbor, where I kind of showed you, over to that side, to the western, you know what I'm saying?
What about sharks?
That's another factor. But, I mean, come on, man. I mean, it would have been some sort of trace or something we would have seen. Somebody, some local, because there's boaters every day traversing that area to get either to work or...
Okay, he has a great point. There's people boating out there all the time. If a shark got her, look at Ashley. She's like, he's full of shit. Brian's full of shit. They would have found something.
It's a boat passing out there every day.
Yeah.
The Candy Stripe Lighthouse, last of its kind in the whole wide world.
Oh, wow.
Kerosene operated and cranked with a winch.
How cool.
Really?
Yeah, and it's operated with a mantle and it's got chandeliers.
And this is Hopetown Harbor.
This is Hopetown Harbor. We're coming into Hopetown Harbor right now.
On Elbow Key.
Yes, ma'am. Hopetown is your main town, settled by the loyalists in the 1700s.
Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people think this, Hopetown, is where a lot of, the story emanates, but it didn't happen here. It was down.
It further south
farther
to
down that
White
way.
Sound. That's right.
Yeah. This is Elbow Key, and this is the main sort of
Town.
settlement, Hopetown.
Yes.
But this is not where they were drinking or enjoying themselves for the day.
No.
This is just sort of a real popular spot for all these boats
all
to
the boaters
moor.
coming in.
One thing that's really interesting is that it is now, 2 minutes past 7, and I want to show everybody it's getting close to sundown, right? So if you're out drinking and having fun in town, around 7 o'clock, you should probably be thinking you should be heading towards your yacht. And a lot of these guys have their tenders hanging off the back, see that little rubber dinghy?
That's what she's talking about right here. When she says the tender, that's the dinghy. And it's tied to the back here.
It's not that different than the one that Brian and Lynette had, but it's starting to get dark, and it gets dark fairly quickly. And again, this is 7:03 p.m. and the sun is heading to the horizon, and a lot of these boat owners would be making their plans to be back on board. Some will travel at night, but it's not smart unless you have lights on your boat. But not a lot of those little dinghies. They don't usually have lights on those little dinghies, do they?
Exactly, and depending on your location, like I said, as to where you are, so in some cases it's just a little jog around the corner.
Yeah.
And in Lynette and Brian's case, quite frankly, it's just outside the channel and around the corner.
They had like a 15-minute tender ride.
Yeah, about 10 minutes, maybe 15 tops, but 10, I'd say 10, you know? But like I said, they're just outside the channel.
But that's, I mean, you know, if you're at a bar, you know, I got to get back to my boat. I don't have lights on my little tender, and you know, if anything goes south, I'm gonna be in trouble. You see these little tenders all hanging off everybody's back of their sailboats. Well, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
It's a nice one.
I feel, yeah.
Beautiful. Look at that.
He's center console style.
Yeah.
He's got a wheel, got a shift.
Gorgeous.
Lynette and Brian didn't have that.
No, they had just a little
The
tiny
one with the little
bathtub.
tiller, yeah.
Yep.
And a kill switch, of course. But
Yeah. Okay, it is now 7:58 p.m. and I'm just above the harbor, so I'm trying to give you the best shot. I'm basically up at the room where I'm staying now, but you can see it's dark. It got dark fast, actually way faster than I expected. So if Brian and Lynette were leaving the Abaco Inn at 7:30 and then 10 to 15 minutes or so on their dinghy before he said, you know, she fell off. Frankly, I don't even think it was that long because they didn't make it back to Soulmate, and it would have taken 10 to 15 minutes to get to Soulmate. So it would have only been about 7:40 at the point where he says she fell off, and they would have had 20 more minutes until this light, where you can still see someone in the water. It's not pitch black, but it is getting dark. Okay, so there you have it. What a day. Like, first of all, Captain Ronnie. Oh my God. Hello. He's amazing.
He is.
Love him. And now I'm going to make it a mission of mine to vacation here and call up Captain Ronnie and spend time with him, go drinking with him, have fun. This is the hard part about being here. I think I mentioned it earlier, is landing in the Bahamas and this beautiful water and all the people having their fun and the time of their lives and knowing I'm working. But I do want to let you know that tomorrow, my plan is to completely retrace the steps that Brian Hooker says he took with his wife Lynette when they left Elbow Key, because I've now found out a lot. I also have learned exactly where they were, and I know some people now who actually were there serving that day. So I'm going to be talking to them as well, what they saw between Brian and Lynette. Were there fights? Were they arguing? Were they having a great time? Was it the greatest day ever? I think there's some story here that it has yet to be told. And so I hope you'll continue to watch. Subscribe. You'll get alerts. It'll be there for you. And also it would be...
Okay, so that is what we have to look forward to. No, I don't think she's done with Nancy Guthrie, but I just don't think there's anything new. But what I will tell you is this came out in Fox News just yesterday. Bahamian authorities plan to suspend search for missing American woman amid U.S. Coast Guard criminal probe. And this was just yesterday, and now we've got Brian Hooker leaving the Bahamas. We don't know where he's going. His lawyer won't say. But let's see. Bahamian authorities intend to wrap up their search for Lynette Hooker in the near future, while the U.S. Coast Guard confirmed that its criminal investigation into her disappearance continues. The island nation's military says that the search could be suspended as early as Thursday. That's tomorrow. After analyzing the tide, drift, and wind, authorities say they are running out of locations to search. She didn't fall out there. She didn't fall out there. They would have found her. The U.S. Coast Guard confirmed to Fox News Digital today, Wednesday, that its criminal investigation into Lynette Hooker's husband, Brian Hooker, remains ongoing. This caption says, Brian Hooker stops at the Central Police Station to pick up his wedding ring and watch with his lawyer, Terrell Butler. So he went and got his watch and his wedding ring. Do they even have access to his data of his watch? His ring, which he is wearing on his pinky, was not with him when he was released from jail last night after being questioned by police in the disappearance of his wife. Why is he wearing his wedding ring on his pinky? I mean, I assume his mom lives in Michigan. I don't know. Who knows if that's even a true story? But why is he wearing his wedding ring on his pinky? See it? You can see it. It's right there. Meanwhile, his attorney told Fox News Digital on Wednesday that Brian is waiting for Bahamas police to return the keys to his boat before he resumes his own search for Lynette. And then the next day he's gone. He said this yesterday. A local boat captain told Fox News Digital during a recreation of Brian Lynette Hooker's doomed dinghy ride that he was shocked Lynette's body hasn't been found. He was shocked. That's what this local boat captain, they would have found her. I'm telling you. You think it's her ring? Hold on. He's got a tan line right there from his ring. Maybe his hands are puffy. Is his hand injured? Does he have any injuries? Did they take pictures of his hands? You guys think it's her ring? Yeah, his knuckle looks fucked up, doesn't it? Maybe he injured himself. We know he got a boo-boo on his knee. He got a boo-boo on his knee. Remember? He needed Neosporin and a Band-Aid.
Boo-hoo.
I mean, that could be why. I don't know. This whole thing is weird. So this was just yesterday. He's getting his shit. He must have got his keys to his boat. Okay, so Wednesday morning, his lawyer told Fox News Digital, that's today. Thank you, Marcy, for the super sticker. Salty. Meanwhile, Hooker's attorney, Terrell Butler, told Fox News Digital on Wednesday morning that Brian is waiting for the Bahamas police to return the keys to his boat before he resumes his search for Lynette. So he must have got the boat keys and got it the fuck out of town. Like, where's your searches? And a local boat captain said, not being found, that's the mystery. It's very hard to disappear because, again, we're so close to land. So if you do fall overboard and drown, someone will see you the next day. See that? He's been a captain for how many years? 15 years. If you do fall overboard and drown, someone will see you the next day. Again, we can see bottom, you know? See, and I wasn't even thinking of that. I wasn't thinking how clear the water is, that you can see clear to the bottom. Where the fuck did he put her? Yeah, they're saying there's nowhere else to search based on his information. I'll be driving the boat. I will see stingrays. I will see turtles. So I would see a human body. Somebody would see something. Somebody would say something like, hey, we just saw something strange in the water. He said drownings happen occasionally near Elbow Cay, but reiterated that victims are recovered quickly. Look at the water. Dude, she ain't in there. She ain't in there. He talked about woods. They need to check the woods. Mm-mm. He talked about woods for some reason. She ain't in there. She's not in that water right there. He says again, you could see land all the way the whole time. Even if you fall overboard in pitch dark, you could see the lights from the shore. Oh my God. Haven't found the dry bag. Her mother said they found a watch, but she doesn't know where. Did he just scatter her shit? She a little salty. Brian Hooker, 58. He was jailed last Wednesday. Choppy seas and high winds caused Lynette to fall overboard with the initiation key in her pocket, disabling the boat. There's the boat. Now, if you look at this boat, they said that something can be pushed to make it go without whatever key she had. So I don't know anything about boats. I don't know anything about this little boat, this little motor. But if you guys do, maybe you can take a look. And, oh, I bet that oar broke because he used it as a digging tool in the sand and it broke. That could be, Ash. You can bypass the kill switch by keeping the tab pushed in. Right, Captain Ronnie said it was smooth. You would have to take her watch off. 10 days. Hey, Mojo. ASB says he's a liar. I agree. I agree. Hang on. I can't believe he freaking left, and he's using his mother as an excuse when his stepmom said he didn't give a damn about his father's strokes. Oh, I'm sorry. He got out Monday night, not last night. He got out Monday night. So he got out Monday night. Then he had yesterday. God knows what he did yesterday because Ashley didn't see him. Or maybe she did. I don't know. We didn't see him with Ashley. But she didn't see him on that boat in the video. And then now we find out he left. So when did he leave? That's a trolling motor? Yeah, I don't know. Brian said that in the ensuing panic after Lynette fell off the dinghy, he tossed a flotation device to her. He said he thought she was attempting to swim to the yacht and called out for her for about an hour. So he just sat there for an hour calling her name, but no one heard him. He paddled and drifted for about 8 hours before washing ashore at Marsh Harbor on Great Abaco Island, where local security guards at a marina assisted him. Tuesday, he said he intends to continue his search. Here it is Wednesday. He gone. Oh my God. I don't know if her daughter ever went there. Do you guys know? We've got a new video from today. Let's see what this is. I don't really like today, but let's see what they say if there's something new.
I don't think I've ever.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife?
Of course.
What did you say to them?
I said I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette.
Same shit.
And I want to find Lynette.
This morning, we're finally hearing from Brian Hooker about that tragic boat ride, his wife's disappearance, and the agonizing days since she allegedly vanished in the waters off the Bahamas.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her in 25 years. For this long.
Brian Hooker says Lynette accidentally fell from the couple's boat in rough conditions 11 days ago. But with his lawyer looking on, he would not go into great detail about the active investigation into his wife's disappearance.
If there's anything you can share about Easter weekend that you remember.
I cannot share anything. As you can imagine, things are chaos and hectic, and I welcome any attention, anything that helps me further my goal of finding Lynette.
Brian.
Really? My mom's sick and I have to go home.
Boo-hoo.
This guy's a piece of work, man. God. He even has shifty eyes. Yeah, supposedly his mother's sick. I ain't buying it. Bullshit. Even if she is, he doesn't care. He didn't give a damn. His stepmother said, I called him, texted him. His dad had multiple strokes. He never returned my call or text. This guy doesn't give a damn about anybody but himself.
And Hooker has not been charged with any crime, and police released him late Monday.
Any response?
Brian, anything to say?
But here in the Bahamas, the country's...
Dude, he's huge. Look how tall he is. He's a big dude.
Top cop tells me investigators do not trust Hooker's story.
Police still look at you as a suspect. Why do you think that is?
I think some of it is probably the media attention, which is understandable. My time with the Bahamian police was a small part of hell and a bigger part of hell that I'm really in right now. But they have to do their job.
I also asked Brian.
But
what's that all about? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Part of hell that I'm really in right now was a small part of hell and a bigger part of hell that I'm really in right now. But they have to do their job, but
what the fuck? Wow, I think we need to do our old school deep dive where we like slow this shit down. He's a big dude. Oh God, he's looking right at you. He's looking through your soul, line dancing. It's total sadness, so very upsetting. Look, believe me, I'm telling the truth. Looks down. Believe me, I'm telling the truth.
With the Bahamian police was a small part of hell and a bigger part of hell that I'm really in right now. But they have to do their job.
I also asked Brian about his relationship with Lynette.
Do you want people to know about your marriage with Lynette?
I want people to know that Lynette is my life, and we have been together almost half my life, and we belong
The bird says he's lying.
to each other.
He says he plans to keep searching for Lynette by water and even by air if he can hire a plane.
Instead, he got the hell out of Dodge, okay? This is yesterday. He just said this yesterday. And then he left. Now he's gone.
No one has told me not to stop looking, and I'm going to keep looking.
So, Jesse, what is the latest?
Or a plane.
No one has told me not to stop looking, and I'm going to keep looking.
You never even looked in the first place, dude. What the hell? Something 857 vibes. Oh my God, everybody's been saying that today. Hi, YouTube bad actors. Well, we heard in the past from her mother that he held her down on that boat, on the wooden bench, and she felt her neck crack. Watch this. This is Scott Rouse. Thank you for letting me know that he did a little thing on, looks like he did it on News Nation about Brian Hooker's body language. We're going to watch this as soon as it.
Evidence to file formal charges. He has.
Hold on. She sounds like she's wasted. We need to get that to regular speed. Okay.
Not been charged with a crime, and that's very important to mention. But he's not in the clear either. Authorities say he remains a suspect and the investigation is ongoing. Hooker's attorney says his primary focus now is finding his wife. Here's some of what Brian Hooker told reporters today.
Who is this guy right here? Who's this a picture of? That's not them, is it? Is that him when he was younger? Look at her. I know she's like, "Arr." Who is that?
It's been 10 days.
It's been 10 days.
Some of what Brian Hooker told reporters today.
It's been 10 days. It's been a long time. I don't think I've ever been apart from her. In 25 years, for this long, she wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife?
Of course.
What did you say to them?
I said I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette, and I want to find Lynette.
What was the last thing that you remember saying to each other?
Without going into a lot of details because of the ongoing
Here comes
investigation,
the hands. Here it
comes.
comes.
I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now as best I can.
So tonight, a new set of questions. Can Brian Hooker leave the Bahamas? What does his state of mind tell us? Why is he doing so many interviews less than 24 hours after being released from jail?
For real.
For that, I want to bring in our all-star panel. David Ehrenberg, former state attorney of Palm Beach County in Florida, and Scott Rouse is a behavior and body language expert who has trained alongside the FBI Secret Service and U.S. military intelligence. He also co-hosts the podcast, The Behavior Panel. Gentlemen, good evening. Dave, I'll start with you. Look, I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure I'm not the only person who thought it was strange that this man was giving interviews on network TV less than 24 hours after being released from jail. What's the strategy here from his lawyer, and do you think this is going to hurt him further down the road?
It's all about narrative control. You know, some suspects want to try to humanize themselves before a jury pool and in the court of public opinion. They think also it can sway police, make it tougher for them to make an arrest. But it does lock you into a story. And if investigators find just one contradictory fact, such as GPS data, then you look like a liar with consciousness of guilt.
Scott, when I saw the interview, I did see a grieving husband, but you're the expert. What did you see in the interview that we just watched?
There's a lot missing in there. There's a lot missing from grief. He's acting like, it seems to me, it's my opinion,
of course,
that he's pretending to have grief. And this is what it looks like when someone is acting the way they think grief looks like, because we're missing a lot of things in here. We're missing something called the grief muscle right in here, because the glabella is a little group of muscles right here. When those come together and then this part pushes down of your forehead, it makes this upside down horseshoe we refer to as the grief muscle. You don't see that, and you see that almost every time someone is in a great deal of pain. It could be personally or from an emotional standpoint. We're not seeing that at all. Even though he's got a beard, you usually see what's called the chin boss. That thing right here, it's a little area here, it moves upward and it makes a little upside down, like a little frowny face. We're not seeing that either. And watch how quickly the emotions change from being really emotional to being normal again and talking normal. We don't see so many things in here that should be here, in my opinion.
That is so fascinating. Dave, let's break this down legally. If he says...
We need 61 subs now because I lost a sub. Who does that?
Oh my God.
He just nailed it.
He's still looking for Lynette. Does he also have to stay in the Bahamas? Can he leave? Can he come back to home to the States? What's next for him legally?
Well, Hannah, first off, I agree with Scott. I think he's acting. I don't believe this guy.
Okay.
Now, as far as can he leave the Bahamas? Yes, unless the Bahamian court has issued a specific order to the contrary. There's a 48-hour hold that they can put you on, and then they can extend it for another 48 hours. But after 96 hours, they need to charge you. So we don't know if there's a Bahamian court that has issued a specific order for him to remain in the country. The Bahamian police force may have his passport in their possession as a condition of his release. They may have put him on a stop list at the airport. These are questions we don't have answers to.
Well, we have the answer now because he gone. Linslew, I don't know who it was. Well, I'm glad it wasn't you, Nick.
But saying that he will not leave the Bahamas, that could be just a calculated move to look cooperative.
Scott, we showed our viewers a snippet of.
Well, I think that's what it was. I think he said that. That was a calculated move. Fox article states the guy at the shipyard said he had a yellow bag. Really? Let me look that up.
But saying that he will not leave the Bahamas, that could be just a calculated move to look cooperative.
Yeah. You know what? What a fucking dick. So he was all like, oh, nothing's going to make me, leave. I'm staying, blah, blah, blah. And then overnight, he gone.
Scott, we showed our viewers a snippet of one of his interviews. You've watched all of them in their entirety. What's your take on his current state of mind?
I think he's hiding information, in other words, because when this interviewer asked him, what was the last thing you two said to each other? He didn't answer that question. We call that chap and redirect. He went on to something completely different, didn't answer that question, didn't get close to it. It had nothing to do with that question, his answer. So his state of mind is protection. That's why he's talking about himself all the time. Everything goes back to me. I don't have a wife anymore. Here's what I think. I feel, he doesn't even say feel, but he says, it's all about me. It's all about I. So that he doesn't sound like, to me, he doesn't sound like he's concerned with her as much as he says he is. That sounds made up.
Yeah, no, and that actually part of the interview that stuck out to me too, that he did not answer that question. Dave, as we're getting all the details slowly, they're trickling in, does this signal a weak case right now, or is it simply that investigators aren't ready yet?
They're not ready yet to file charges. The police are being methodical, and release does not equal innocence. So they are building this circumstantial case, and they're waiting on forensic data like DNA, like phone data. And if a body is ever found, which I hope it is, but if they do find the body, then there'll be autopsy results. So they want to get more evidence than just circumstantial evidence. It does not mean it's a weak case. It just means they're being methodical.
Scott, I don't mean to rush the next answer, but the question is important. I have about 30 seconds. We heard from Lynette Hooker's daughter last night. She has been very vocal since her mom disappeared. She described Brian's voice when he called to tell her that her mom went overboard. She described his voice as monotone, very matter of fact. Does that tell you anything? Do you think he was simply in shock?
A lot of times when someone is going through a situation like that, they'll become very numb and they will become monotone a lot of times like that. However, if she knows him very well, that person can say this is odd even in this situation for that person. I think that's what she's referring to.
Dave Ehrenberg, Scott Rouse, thank you for getting that question done so fast, too. I appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you for the insight and the context.
All right. What do you think's going on here? Let me know in the comments, because
we think he's lying.
I read every one of them. Yes, I do.
Okay. So here is another report. Thank you for coming in with that. I can't remember who said it, but look at this, guys. This was 3 days ago. Now this makes a lot more sense now. This is concerning. Yet another lie from him. He's done. He's done. And I don't believe.
Opening day.
I don't believe he's heading to his mother. I just don't. So this is about the person that found him washed up. Boatyard employee found exhausted missing American's husband when he washed ashore. Okay. What's concerning here, a security guard at the Bahamas boatyard where Brian Hooker washed ashore said the American appeared thirsty and exhausted. Edward Smith works at Marsh Harbor Boatyards, a boat storage and repair facility, and he was alerted by another employee that a man had stumbled onto the property talking about a key and a woman. That man was Hooker, 58, who is currently being held, well, he was being held in jail. This is the Marsh Harbor Boatyard right here. Now, right here, this is what the boatyard guy said. He said he was on a K, like at a bar, having something to eat or drink, and they came out to go to another place or back to their boat, but somehow they got out in the rough weather, and they had that incident, and the lady went overboard or whatever. The guy did not want to be video recorded or photographed. This is the outside of the Abaco Inn. He says that he drifted from that time until the time he hit here, and this is where he washed ashore. But where it gets interesting is down here. Who became a member? Marcy gifted a membership. Thank you, Marcy. Who got it? Marlon Rando, welcome. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. I hope you enjoy your membership. Thank you so much, Marcy. Listen to this. This is where it's important. He was more exhausted than anything else, said Smith. He was asking for water. He wanted water to drink. I asked him, so where is the lady? Smith recalled, he says, she's in the water. Smith said he asked Hooker what time Lynette fell in the water, to which he replied 7 p.m., which shocked him. Do you want to know why it shocked him at 7 p.m.? Let me show you.
Hey, everyone. I'm ashleigh.
Because we're going to show you 7:30 p.m. on this island. Wasn't this about 7:30 p.m., she said?
On the ocean. I mean, look how beautiful this is. It's just gorgeous here. And since we're only like 5-10 minutes from the airport, I figured it's a good.
No, right here.
Nice. In any case, I wanted you to see what 7:30 at Elbow Key looks like. This is what
Bing
it looks
bong.
like. And I would suggest total darkness, probably not for another half hour at least, maybe more.
This is 7:30. Okay, this is 7:30. She says total darkness, another half hour. He tells this guy 7 p.m. And this dude ain't buying his story either, it doesn't sound like. So this guy says, from 7 and you're just reaching the shore now? He said the wind was blowing so strong. Thank you for subbing up. Thank you. He said the wind was blowing so strong, so when that happened, the boat blew away from him and he couldn't really see in the dark. Oh, that's a big lie. Ooh, yikes.
Bing bong.
Again, he couldn't really see in the dark. This is 7:30.
So I'm still wondering what this was all about.
We're all wondering what it's all about. Nothing changed in the last week, awesome. Not one thing with the time change had anything to do with this. No, the boatyard guy didn't want a photo. Wayne. The boatyard guy. He didn't want to be videoed. That's all. According to Smith, Hooker told him when he last saw Lynette, she was swimming back towards Hopetown with a yellow bag on her person. Listen to this, though. He said Hooker was wearing a yellow bag when he washed ashore too. Wait a minute. He said Lynette bought that dry bag in Key West. Lynette was swimming with a yellow bag on her person. And then he's got the yellow bag. Hooker told Smith he tried to signal for help. He sent up 2 flares, said Smith. The first flare he sent up, there was a boat that passed and didn't respond to it. Come on. He said another boat passed. He sent up another flare and they didn't respond to it. Smith called the police to assist Hooker. He said the police arrived around 5 a.m. and Hooker was still talking to them when his shift ended at 7 a.m. I got my watch. So this is where he is said to have washed up that day. A second employee of the boatyard told Fox News Digital that police returned there Saturday but did not elaborate on their activities. A source with knowledge into the investigation said on Saturday that authorities are searching for Lynette's body near Hopetown. So there you have it. That's 7:30 at night. Yikes. It looks like Nancy Grace in about 25 minutes is premiering something on this case. Although she probably doesn't know that he has fled the country. So let's see if there's any more reports on him leaving. Brian Hooker. Just yesterday, he says, I won't be able to stop looking. The only one reporting it is Fox. Or NBC, I'm sorry. Yeah, 3 hours ago, NBC is the only one reporting it. So if you're just joining, or if you join late, this is 3 hours ago. Brian Hooker has left the Bahamas because his mother was very ill but plans to return. He took a commercial flight, but his lawyer didn't say where he went. So there you have it. NBC News got that exclusive.
Hey everyone, breaking news. Brian Hooker has left the Bahamas, according to his attorney. His lawyer telling me exclusively that he left the Bahamas on a commercial flight. She wouldn't specify exactly where he is going, but she tells me it is because his mother is very ill. She stresses that he does plan on returning to the Bahamas. And remember, in my one-on-one interview with Brian Hooker yesterday, he told me that he plans on continuing to search for his wife, Lynette Hooker, by boat and even by air if he can hire a plane to do so in the area. But it appears that search, at least his search, is currently on hold. I'm going to read part of a statement his attorney shared with me. Quote, Mr. Hooker has departed the Bahamas to attend to a critical and deteriorating family situation in the United States. Following his release from custody without charge, Mr. Hooker is now facing another emergency, end quote. That statement also going on to say, in part, quote, in addition to the trauma of his wife of 25 years being missing, Mr. Hooker has received urgent word of his mother's grave illness. He has traveled to, and there's a typo here, but I believe it is her saying he has traveled to the United States of America to be at her bedside during this critical time.
No, they found flares on the dinghy, it was reported, that were unused. The flares were still there. He's lying. They can't hold him for anything because he's not being charged with anything. I mean, if his parents live in Michigan, it's Grand Rapids area. So if anybody wants to be boots on the ground, go find him. It's like near Grand Rapids. You think they're tailing him? I think the local news will be on him because the local news has been on this from the beginning. Air quotes doesn't think she was ever in that dinghy. I don't even know if he's flying back to the States. He may not even go back to the United States. How do we know? Look at Caitlin Armstrong. Remember, she took off to Costa Rica after she killed Mo. He might have went to the embassy and got paperwork that allowed him to fly. Two boats go by, two flares. There's no way. People will be watching. If he even goes back to Michigan, though, awesome. That's what I'm saying. What if he's not going to Michigan at all? Yeah, he just left their boat there. Mr. Duck says get 857 on the case. We can't because it's his dad.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Apparently, Lynette had the passports in her bag. I know, poor Mo. So that's interesting. He washed up with a yellow bag, but he also told the shipyard people that she had a yellow bag. All right, I want to watch this one more time.
CBS News just spoke to the husband of a Michigan woman who disappeared on a boat ride in the Bahamas 10
One
days
more
ago.
time.
Brian Hooker was released
And
from
then
police custody.
after this, we're going to watch this one more time. And then we're going to go watch Nancy because I want to see what the hell Nancy Grace has to say about this. Because I don't think Nancy will think this is an accident at all. And hopefully, well, it's a premiere, so she's not live. Well, they could have yellow bags, but Penny, remember he said she bought that bag in Key West. I'm not thinking that they had matching bags, but let's listen. Knowing what we know now, let's listen to his latest interview, which was just yesterday. And now he gone.
Without being charged. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavidez is live from Freeport, Bahamas, and joins us to talk about it. So, Christian, what did he tell you?
Vlad and Kelly, good morning. Well, look, he had a lot to say, but he couldn't get to it because his attorney cut the interview short. We had a lot of questions for him. We asked him 3 very important questions in between our conversation with him. Just to give you a little backdrop on how exactly we got to this interview, we had agreed to an interview at some point today. And then we got a phone call early this morning that said the interview has to happen at this very moment because Brian Hooker is going to leave the area where we are in right now. And so within very short notice, we quickly were able to get something set up. We spoke to him, but we only spoke to him for about 6 minutes before his attorney said that he couldn't get into certain aspects of the investigation. Here is some of the interview, and we'll talk about it on the other end.
I want to. My goal is to go back and speak with the Hopetown Fire and Rescue.
Okay, this is yesterday, remember? We're going to zoom in on his ass. He knew damn well he was going to leave. Dweeb.
Volunteers, the search and rescue volunteers. They have been, I believe, still looking whenever they can, but even while I have been detained by the Royal Bahamian Police Department. I was speaking with a volunteer the day that I was detained to go out on one of their boats. They were going to take off work and take me searching some more areas. I won't be able to stop looking.
You want to keep looking for Lynette.
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
What excuse would that be? My mama, my mom's sick. That's what he's using. I'm going to need someone with more authority to tell me to stop. The next day, his lawyer comes out and says, his mother is gravely ill. Yeah, he was waiting to get his watch and his passport, and then he was gone. Ugh.
You want to keep looking for Lynette.
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Can you explain to me? You've seen...
What are you wiping?
You've seen the attention this case has had.
And more like I've heard about it. I have not looked at the news or any social media since the day before the accident, because my sister flew in to support me and said it's getting terrible out there. And then I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
Oh my God.
Boo-hoo.
I hope she says that tonight.
Boo-hoo.
My sister said it was going to be getting terrible out there. Dude, you sat down and ate a meal. Did you put the napkin in your lap too? While your wife is missing? God forbid she hasn't eaten in days. You don't know if she's washed upon a freaking little island somewhere. But by all means, go out. Dine out. Dine out. Have a drink. Do it all. Yeah, make like James and just party. I mean, what the fuck?
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
I haven't been on social media since the accident.
What the fuck, Jay?
Terrible out there. And well, since the day before the accident, because
before the accident, blink, 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 blink. She knows he's full of shit. She's like, get the fuck out of here, dude, because you guys gonna go to prison.
More like I've heard about it. I have not looked at the news or any social media since the day before the accident.
Watch his eyes.
My sister flew in to support me and said it's getting terrible out there. And then I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
And this reporter's like, yep, it's going to get more terrible, dude, because you took off. You took off. Dexter Poindexter. Here, let's listen to this. What's this? Oh, wait. Here it is. Here's the other part.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife?
Hold on, let's fix the screen. This guy's going to be douchebag of the year. I can already feel it. I can feel it coming over me. I think he's going to be the douchebag husband of the year. I can't believe he left. Blamed it on his mama. Blamed it on his mama.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife?
Did he get to go back and get his clothes? Did he go shopping? Where's he getting clothes from? You know, like what's going on here?
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife?
Of course.
Kimmy, his lawyer announced it. Yes, there's proof of it. She said as he left, is there proof that people were right behind them in the same restaurant at the same time, parked near them, didn't see anything, no weather.
What did you say to them?
I said I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette, and I want to find Lynette.
Tonight, Brian Hooker is a free man.
Sorry, no comments.
Speaking out just hours after Bahamian authorities released him from custody. He faces no charges, but investigators tell us he remains a suspect in the disappearance of his wife, Lynette, who vanished more than a week ago.
Police still look at you as a suspect. Why do you think that is?
I think some of it is probably the media attention, which is understandable. The faster they get it out of the way, the more police can come and help search.
Hooker says Lynette fell from their dinghy in unpredictable seas,
makes sense.
but his attorney advised him not to discuss the details.
If there's anything you can share about Easter weekend that you remember.
I cannot share anything. I don't want to take a chance that anything could interfere with the search.
Dude, nothing you say is going to interfere with the search. What? No, you're worried about the criminal investigation against you. I'm worried that something will interfere with the search. The only thing interfering with the search is that you're not searching. There is no search because you're not searching.
I welcome any attention, anything that helps me further my goal of finding Lynette.
I also asked him about reports he and Lynette have had a volatile relationship.
What do you want people to know about your marriage with Lynette?
I want people to know that Lynette is my life, and we have been together almost half my life, and we belong to each other.
Hooker telling me he plans to keep searching for Lynette.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her.
As he leaves. He leaves.
And,
I don't believe it. I'm not believing these fake cries.
Boo-hoo.
In 25 years. For this long. She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
He looks a little stressed.
And Jesse.
He did sniff. He sniffled. Did you hear the sniffle?
Stop, and I'm not going to stop.
He sniffled. He went. He actually got a sniffle out.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her. In 25 years. For this long. She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
Did you catch that little sniffle? She wouldn't stop, so I'm not going to stop. Oh, I remember John List. He does. It's the glasses. And Leo, it's the glasses.
5 years. For this long. She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop. She wouldn't stop what? I know, I thought maybe he was going to puke. Like maybe he is sick to his stomach. We know she wanted to leave, right? Line dancing, yeah.
For Lynette.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her. In 25 years. For this long. She wouldn't stop, and I'm not going to stop.
And Jesse, it's been 10 days since his wife, Lynette, who was also a mother,
10 days.
has been missing. He says he's going to keep looking for his wife, but what about the official search?
Tom, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force tells me it is looking to suspend its search for Lynette Hooker by Thursday. The reality is they are simply running out of viable places to look. Tom.
They looked everywhere, guys. She's not in that water. All right, guys. Yeah, check out my playlist. I have a few videos on this. I've got some shorts. We're going to keep following it. We've got Ashley and Lindsay. Their boat shoes on the ground. And I'm going to let you guys go. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. We have a live schedule to go over Nancy Guthrie updates and also Anna Kempner. I did get it, White Lotus. I said thank you. Thank you. You want me to read it again? Let me pull it up because I did get it, White Lotus, but I will read it. I don't know why you didn't hear me, but hold the phone. And thank you to everyone who sends Cooter Chats in lieu of Super Chats. It's greatly appreciated. It really helps a sister out. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Oh, I don't have to read it? Is she? It's so good to see you. Mary Dean, I hope you have a good evening. Let me read it because I'm here now. We got a Cooter Chat from, we got 2 of them. Thank you for the "You're Too Old," Jay. And then, yeah, thank you for the "You're too damn old," Jay. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I was a little off tonight. Valerie, happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday, Val. It's Valerie's birthday. You guys wish her a happy birthday in the chats.
Everybody. Happy birthday, baby.
Crime. I'm trying to keep up on everything, but I had a little bit of a headache. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All that good stuff. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Let's get to 130K. Thank you to my moderators. Love you guys. Have a great night. Stay safe. Lock your doors. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.